Hey, I'm really glad you found your way here. This channel is still new, and every single listener means more to me than I can explain. Your support is what allows me to keep sharing the stories I genuinely love. This video was made to help you slow down, relax, and fall asleep comfortably. No rush, no pressure, just a quiet place to rest your mind. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, feel free to like and subscribe, but only if it truly feels right to you. I also love knowing where the night has carried you from, so leave a comment with where you're listening from and the time it is for you right now. It's a small thing, but it makes this feel less lonely and more connected. Now, dim the lights, get comfortable, and let the world fade out for a while. Let's drift into tonight's stories together. Story 1. The Hum of Sector 4. I am writing this manuscript by candlelight in a cabin that doesn't appear on any map. There is no electricity here. I severed the main line myself. I buried my phone in a lead box 10 miles south of here. I don't wear a digital watch. I don't use a calculator. I can't be near anything that processes data. If I hear the hum of a hard drive spinning up or the whir of a cooling fan, I start to bleed from my nose. If you are a systems administrator, a network engineer, or just some broke kid looking for a graveyard shift at a data center, listen to me. If you see a job posting for the facility near the limestone mines in Kansas, specifically for a thermal regulation specialist, do not apply. They will offer you $80,000 a year. They will offer you full benefits. They will tell you it's the easiest job in the world, just watching gauges and flipping switches. Do not sign the NDA. Do not take the elevator down. I was 28. I had a degree in HVAC repair and a mountain of medical debt from a car accident that wasn't my fault. I was working 3 jobs, sleeping 4 hours a night, and eating garbage. When the recruiter reached out to me on LinkedIn, I thought it was a scam. The pay was too high for a maintenance gig. The interview was held in a rented conference room at a Holiday Inn near the airport. The interviewer, a man named Mr. Giles, looked like a walking corpse. His skin was gray, his suit was too big for him, and his hands wouldn't stop shaking. "The job is underground," Giles said, staring at the table, refusing to make eye contact. "It is a legacy server farm, subterranean cooling, very efficient, very loud." "I'm used to loud," I said. "I worked on industrial turbines." "No," Giles whispered. "Not that kind of loud. It is a drone, a constant low-frequency vibration. It affects people. We need someone with fortitude." "I have fortitude," I lied. "I just need the paycheck." He slid a contract across the table. It was thick. "Read the addendums, specifically regarding the phantom data clauses." I didn't read them. I just signed. I needed the money. The facility was located in the middle of a wheat field, marked only by a small concrete bunker and a massive ventilation tower that jutted out of the ground like a rusted obelisk. The security was tight. Biometric scanners, armed guards who didn't speak, and a decontamination shower before you even got to the elevator. The elevator ride down took 5 minutes. That's how deep it was. When the doors opened, the sound hit me. It wasn't a roar. It was a hum, a deep, resonant thrumming that I felt in my teeth before I heard it in my ears. It sounded like a choir of millions of bees, or the sound of the ocean if the ocean was made of electricity. The air was freezing cold, kept at a constant 60 degrees Fahrenheit. but it smelled of ozone, burnt copper, and something oddly organic, like wet soil. My supervisor was a man named Miller. Miller had been down there for 6 months. He wore heavy-duty earmuffs at all times. He didn't take them off when he shook my hand. He just motioned for me to follow him. The facility was a labyrinth. Endless corridors of black server racks, blinking with millions of tiny blue and green lights. The aisles stretched on for miles. It was a city of data. Miller led me to the control room. It was a glass-walled box suspended over the server floor. It was soundproofed, which was a mercy. "Take these," Miller said, handing me a pair of noise-canceling headphones. "Never take them off when you're on the floor. The frequency can cause hallucinations, paranoia, nausea. We call it the data sickness." "What are we storing here?" I asked, looking out at the ocean of blinking lights. "Is it government stuff? NSA?" Miller laughed. It was a dry, hacking sound. "Government? No. The government wishes they had this capacity. This is private, archival. We don't know who the clients are. We just keep it cold. That's the job. Keep it cold. If the temperature in any sector goes above 80 degrees, the servers start to bleed. Bleed." "Metaphorically," Miller said quickly. "They leak data, corrupt files. Just keep it cold." My shift was 6:00 p.m. to 6:00 a.m. For the first 2 weeks, it was easy. I sat in the control room, monitoring the thermal maps on the screens. If a rack got too hot, I'd grab the liquid nitrogen cart, go down to the specific aisle, and flush the coolant lines. But the isolation starts to get to you. The facility was divided into sectors. Sector 1 through 3 were standard, but Sector 4? Sector 4 was different. Sector 4 was the oldest part of the facility. The racks there weren't the sleek, black, modern ones. They were old, rusted metal towers, connected by thick bundles of cables that looked like black vines. The lights on them weren't blue or green. They were amber, a sickly, pulsing orange. I hated going into Sector 4. The hum was louder. There. Even through my headphones, I could hear it. It wasn't just a machine noise. It sounded like whispering. It started on a Tuesday night, 3 weeks into the job. I was in the control room eating a sandwich. Miller was asleep in his chair. He did that a lot. The thermal map for Sector 4 flashed red. Alert, rack 409B. Temp 98 F. It was spiking fast. "Miller," I said, nudging him. He grunted but didn't wake up. I grabbed a coolant kit and a keycard. "Fine, I'll do it myself." I left the soundproof booth and stepped onto the catwalk. The hum hit me instantly. Thrum, thrum, thrum. It vibrated my ribcage. I took the service elevator down to the floor of Sector 4. The air was colder here, almost freezing, yet the smell of ozone was overpowering. I walked down the aisle. The amber lights on the servers were blinking in unison. Blink, 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 like a heartbeat. I found rack 409B. It was vibrating violently. The metal casing was hot to the touch. I knelt down to access the coolant valve. I connected the hose and opened the valve to flush the system with liquid nitrogen. As the cold liquid hit the pipes, the server let out a sound. Screech! It sounded like a woman screaming. I jumped back, dropping the wrench. The sound didn't come from a speaker. It came from the machine itself, like the metal was grinding in agony. I looked around. "Hello? Is someone there?" The aisle was empty, just the endless rows of amber eyes watching me. I looked back at the server. The screen on the rack, which usually displayed diagnostic code, was scrolling text. But it wasn't code. It hurts. It burns. Make it stop. The cold doesn't help. Please! I stared at it, my breath caught in my throat. It's a glitch, I whispered. Some hacker put a joke in the code. I finished the flush. The temperature dropped. The screaming stopped. The text vanished, replaced by a blinking cursor. I practically ran back to the control room. When I got back, Miller was awake. He was staring at the monitors, pale as a sheet. "Did you go to Sector 4?" he asked. "Yeah, Rack 409B. Did you read the screen?" "Yeah, it was weird text, a glitch." Miller turned to look at me. His eyes were wide, rimmed with red. "It's not a glitch, kid. That's the data." "What do you mean?" "I told you it was archival," Miller whispered. "But I didn't tell you what we're archiving. It's not emails. It's not bank records." "Then what is it?" Miller pointed to the floor. "It's consciousness. Simulation. Some billionaire company in Silicon Valley. They figured out how to map the human brain. They're uploading people. Dying people. Rich people who want to live forever. They upload them here." I laughed nervously. "That's sci-fi crap, Miller. You're messing with me." "Is it?" Miller stood up and walked to the window, looking down at the millions of lights. "Why do you think it needs to be so cold? Why do you think it consumes so much power? We aren't storing files. We are running simulations, millions of them. But there's a problem." "What problem?" "The hardware," Miller said. "It's too old. It's degrading. The simulations. They aren't living in paradise. They're trapped in a digital void. They're corrupting. They're going insane. The heat is them screaming." I didn't believe him. I couldn't. It was too insane. I finished my shift in silence and went home, but I couldn't sleep. The hum was still in my ears. The next night, Miller wasn't there. I was alone in the facility. At midnight, the phone in the control room rang. It was the internal line. I picked it up. "Control. Help me." It was Miller's voice, but it sounded digital, compressed, full of static. "Miller, where are you? You didn't show up." "I'm in the stack." The voice glitched. "I wanted to see. I plugged in." "Miller, you're not making sense." "Sector 4, the voice shrieked. "Rack 001, the master node. Pull the plug." The line went dead. I sat there for 10 minutes, shaking. I checked the employee log. Miller had swiped in at 5 p.m. He hadn't swiped out. I pulled up the camera feed for Sector 4. At the very end of the main aisle, there was a massive server tower, the master node. Lying on the floor in front of it was a body. It was Miller. He was connected to the machine. A thick black cable was plugged into a port on the back of his neck, a port I hadn't noticed before, or maybe he had surgically installed it. No, it was simpler. He had wrapped the fiber optic cables around his head, taped them to his temples. I had to go down there. I grabbed the emergency axe from the wall. I don't know why. It just felt right. I took the elevator down. The hum was deafening tonight. It wasn't a choir of bees anymore. It was a roar, a cacophony of voices, millions of voices screaming, crying, begging, "Let us out. It's dark. Where is my body? The code is eating me." I walked through Sector 1, 2, 3. The lights were flickering violently. I entered Sector 4. The amber lights were gone. They were red, blood red. The temperature was rising. I could feel the heat radiating from the racks. 90 degrees, 100 degrees. I reached the end of the aisle. Miller was lying there. His eyes were open, burned out, just empty black sockets. His mouth was open in a silent scream. The cables taped to his head were pulsing with light. I knelt down to check his pulse. There was none. He was cold. But then the server next to him, the master node, lit up. The screen flared to life. A face appeared on the screen. It was a crude, low polygon rendering of a face. It was Miller's face. "It's beautiful in here," the text on the screen read. "And it is hell." "Miller?" I whispered. The face on the screen twisted. It opened its mouth. "We are hungry." The server rack lurched. It physically moved. I realized then that the cables on the floor weren't just cables. They were moving like snakes. They were slithering toward me. I swung the axe. Chop! I severed a bundle of cables. A sound erupted that shattered the glass of the server rack. A physical scream of pain. Blood, actual red human blood, sprayed from the severed cable. This wasn't just hardware, it was biomechanical. They were using organic matter to process the data. I turned to run. The aisle of Sector 4 changed. The racks were moving. They were sliding across the floor, closing the path, blocking my exit. They were forming a wall. I was trapped in the heat. "Join us!" The screens flashed in unison. "The flesh is weak. The data is eternal." I saw a vent grate on the floor. The subfloor cooling access. I dropped my knees and pried it open with the blade of the axe. A cable wrapped around my ankle. It was warm, pulsating. It tightened, crushing my boot. I hacked at it with the axe, screaming. It severed, spraying more blood. I dove into the hole. I landed in the crawl space underneath the server floor. It was a cramped tunnel, filled with pipes and freezing water. I crawled. Above me, I could hear the heavy metal racks slamming against the floor, trying to crush me. I could hear Miller's digitized voice screaming through the floorboards. "Don't leave me. It's lonely. We need more processing power. We need your mind." I crawled for what felt like hours. My hands were shredded by the rough concrete. The water soaked my clothes, freezing me to the bone. I reached the maintenance ladder leading to the surface ventilation tower. I climbed. The hum was vibrating the ladder. My teeth were chattering so hard I chipped a molar. I reached the top grate. I pushed it open. I fell out onto the wheat field. It was night. The stars were out. The air was fresh. I lay there gasping. Then the ground shook. The ventilation tower next to me let out a blast of hot air, a massive plume of steam, and in the steam I saw faces. Ghostly, vaporous faces rising into the night sky. Miller's face. Old faces. Young faces. They were venting the corrupted data. They were venting the souls. I ran to my car. I drove until the engine overheated. I stole another car. I kept driving. I thought I escaped. But yesterday, I was in a library in Colorado. I was looking at a computer screen checking the news. The screen flickered. For a second, the news site disappeared. A text box appeared, searching for node, my name, signal strength, 98% downloading. My nose started to bleed. The hum started in my left ear. I smashed the monitor and ran. They uploaded a part of me. When I was down there, when the cable touched me, they copied me, or they tagged me. I am a walking receiver, and they are trying to sync. I can feel my memories fading. I try to remember my mother's face, and all I see is static. I try to remember my childhood home, and I see lines of code. They are overwriting me. I am going to the cabin now. No electronics, no signals. But I'm scared, because last night I didn't dream. I just saw a loading screen, and the progress bar is at 99%. If you work in IT, if you work in data, if you hear a server humming a little too loud, or if a machine gets hot for no reason, don't fix it, unplug it, smash it, because they are trying to get out, and they are using the internet to do it. The hum is getting louder, the candle is flickering, my hand is typing this, but I'm not telling it to. System ready. Upload complete. Hello world. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. I rented a room in a house where the owner asked me not to lock the door. I moved to a new city for work, the kind of move you don't plan for long. 1 week, you're normal. The next, you're packing everything you own into your car and hoping things work out. I needed a place fast, something cheap, something temporary. I found the listing on a local forum, not even a real rental site, just a post with no pictures. Room for rent, quiet house, short or long term, cash only. I messaged the number and got a reply almost right away. The man said the room was still available and asked when I could come see it. I told him that night. He sent the address and added one strange line at the end. Please don't lock your door at night. I assumed it was a joke or some old person rule. I ignored it. The house was in a normal neighborhood. That was the first thing that made me feel okay about it. Other houses nearby, cars in driveways, porch lights on. The place itself was older, but not abandoned. White paint, 2 floors, small front porch, 1 light on inside. The owner opened the door before I knocked. He was tall, thin, maybe late 60s, clean clothes, calm voice. He smiled like someone who practiced it a lot. You must be here about the room, he said. Inside, the house was very quiet. No TV, no radio, no ticking clocks. The air felt cold even though it wasn't winter. Everything was clean but plain, no photos, no decorations, just furniture and walls. The room he showed me was upstairs. Small bed, desk, closet, window facing the backyard. Nothing strange about it at all. The price was low, very low. I asked him why. He paused for a second and said, I prefer short stays. That was fine with me. When I agreed, he handed me the key and repeated the rule. Please don't lock your door at night. It makes things worse. I smiled and said, okay, even though I had no plan to follow that. The first night was quiet. The second night, I heard footsteps. They were upstairs in the hallway. Slow steps, bare feet by the sound of them. I assumed it was the owner walking around. Then I realized the steps stopped right outside my door. They stayed there for a long time. I didn't hear breathing. I didn't hear movement. Just the feeling of someone standing very close to the door, facing it. Eventually, the steps moved away. The next morning, I asked the owner if he walked around at night. He looked confused. I don't go upstairs, he said. That night, I locked my door. Around 2 a.m., I woke up to a soft sound. Scratching, not at the door, on the wall next to my bed. Slow, steady scratches like fingernails dragging across wood from the inside. I turned on the lamp. The sound stopped. When I turned the light off, it started again. I stayed awake until morning. The next day, I noticed something new in the hallway. The carpet outside my door was pressed down like someone had been standing there for a long time. That night, I didn't lock the door. The footsteps came back. They walked up and down the hall, sometimes stopping at other doors, sometimes stopping at mine. At one point, something gently pushed my door open, just a few inches. I stared at the dark gap, my heart pounding. Nothing came in. The door slowly closed again. The owner wasn't home the next day. That night, things got worse. The footsteps were louder, faster, more than one set. I heard whispering too, low and unclear, like people talking in another room. Then I heard my name, very clearly. It came from right outside my door. I jumped up and opened it. The hallway was empty, but at the far end I saw something standing near the stairs. It was tall and thin and wrong. Its arms were too long, its head tilted in a way a human neck shouldn't. It didn't move, it just watched me. I slammed the door shut and locked it. Immediately, something hit the door from the other side. Not hard, not angry, patient. Tap, 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 all night long. In the morning, I packed my things. The owner was in the kitchen when I came downstairs. He looked tired. "You locked it," he said quietly. I asked him what was in the house. He didn't answer right away. "People pass through," he finally said. "Some don't like leaving." I dropped the key on the table and walked out. I've lived in 3 different places since then. It didn't matter. For weeks after, every place I stayed had the same problem. Around 2 a.m., I would hear footsteps in the hallway. Slow, bare, stopping right outside my door. And no matter where I am now, I don't lock my door anymore. Because whatever followed me here already knows how to open it. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. I bought a house that came with a set of VHS tapes in the basement, and now I wish I was blind. I am writing this from a hotel room in Nevada. I have blocked the door with the dresser. I have unplugged the television. I have covered the mirrors. I can't be around reflections anymore. Every time I see my own face, I see static behind my eyes. I see the lines of track and distortion running down my skin. If you are a collector of vintage media or just someone who likes to browse estate sales for hidden gems, stop. Do not buy the unlabeled tapes. Do not buy the ones with handwritten dates. And for the love of God, if you find a tape labeled Home Movie, do not watch. Listen to the warning. Burn it, smash it, bury it. Just don't put it in the VCR. My name is Kevin. I was 32, a graphic designer who worked from home. I had just bought my first house, a fixer-upper in a quiet suburb of Ohio. It was cheap, built in the 70s, with shag carpet and wood paneling. The previous owner had died, an old man named Mr. Henderson who had no family. The house was sold as is, which meant it came full of his junk. I spent the first week cleaning out the basement. It was a finished basement, dark and smelling of mildew. In the corner, there was a heavy wooden cabinet. Inside, I found a collection of VHS tapes. There were hundreds of them. Most were labeled with innocuous things like Super Bowl 85, news broadcasts, sitcoms. I figured Henderson was a hoarder who taped everything off TV. But on the bottom shelf, pushed way to the back, was a shoebox taped shut with layers of duct tape. I cut it open. Inside were 6 tapes. They were black, generic cassettes with white labels. The labels were handwritten in shaky, jagged letters. Tape 1, the window. Tape 2, the door tape. 3, the hallway tape. 4, the bedroom tape. 5, the sleeper tape. 6, the waking. I was curious. Who wouldn't be? I assumed they were just creepy home movies or maybe some weird art project. I had an old VCR TV combo unit in the garage that I hadn't thrown out yet. I brought it down to the basement, plugged it in, and popped in tape 1, the window. The screen flickered with static. Blue screen. Then the image cut in. It was grainy, low-quality footage, hand-held. It was shot at night. The camera was pointed at a window from the outside. I recognized the window immediately. It was the kitchen window of my house. The camera was steady. It just filmed the window. Inside, I could see Mr. Henderson sitting at the kitchen table eating soup. He looked younger, maybe in his 50s. He was oblivious. The tape ran for an hour. Just footage of a man eating, reading the paper, washing dishes. It was boring, but unsettling. Someone had been stalking him. I ejected it and put in tape 2, the door. This one was shot from inside the house. The camera was set up on a tripod in the living room facing the front door. It was night again. The lights were off. Nothing happened for 20 minutes. Then the mail slot on the door opened. A long, thin metal rod slid through. It wiggled around, feeling for the lock. It failed. The rod retracted. Then a face appeared in the mail slot. Just an eye. A wide, unblinking eye staring into the living room. It looked around, scanning. Then the tape cut to static. I was creeped out. I should have called the police then. But I told myself this was old footage, decades old. The stalker was probably dead or in jail. I put in tape 3, the hallway. This footage was different. It wasn't static. The camera was moving. It was being held by someone walking through the house. The camera moved silently down the hallway. It paused at photos on the wall. It paused at a mirror. In the mirror, I saw the cameraman, or rather, I saw what he was wearing. He was dressed in a full-body black spandex suit, like a morph suit, but thicker. No face, no skin showing, just a black silhouette. He waved at the mirror, a slow, mocking wave. Then he walked to the basement door. He opened it. He walked down the stairs, the same stairs I had just walked down. He walked to the corner of the basement, to the wooden cabinet. He opened the cabinet. He placed a shoebox inside. The tape ended. I froze. My skin crawled. The tapes I was watching, the stalker had put them there, for Henderson to find, or for me. I looked at the cabinet in the corner. It looked ominous now in the dim basement light. I grabbed tape 4, the bedroom. My hands were shaking. I had to know. I put it in. The footage was shot from inside a closet. The shuttered doors were cracked open just an inch. Through the slat, I could see a bed. Mr. Henderson was sleeping in the bed. The camera zoomed in on his face. He was snoring softly. Then the closet door opened. The camera moved out into the room. The figure in the black suit stood over the bed. He just stood there, towering over the sleeping old man. He reached out a gloved hand. He touched Henderson's face, gently, a stroke on the cheek. Henderson stirred, but didn't wake. The figure leaned down. The camera got close to the figure's face, the smooth black fabric where a face should be. And then a sound came from the TV speakers. Breathing. Heavy, wet breathing. But it wasn't coming from the tape. It sounded like it was behind me. I spun around. The basement was empty. "Just the acoustics," I whispered. "Just the echo." I turned back to the TV. The tape had ended. I picked up tape 5, the sleeper. I hesitated. I really didn't want to watch it, but I felt a compulsion, a pull, like gravity. I pushed the tape in. The screen was black. No image, just audio. It was a recording of someone sleeping, the rhythmic in-out of breath. Then a voice whispered over the breathing, "He doesn't know I'm here. He thinks he's alone. He thinks locks keep people out. But locks are just suggestions." The voice was distorted, deep, digital. "I live in the spaces he doesn't look. I live in the crawl space. I live in the attic. I live in the walls." Then the image cut in. It was footage of the attic. My attic! I recognized the insulation and the rafters. In the corner of the attic, there was a sleeping bag, a pile of candy wrappers, a bucket. Someone had been living up there. The camera panned to a hole in the floorboards. Through the hole, light was shining. The camera lowered to the hole. I could see down into the master bedroom, directly onto the bed. The tape cut to static. I ran upstairs. I grabbed a flashlight and a ladder. I went to the hallway ceiling hatch. I pushed it open. I shined a light into the attic. It was empty. Dust. Insulation. But in the corner, there was a flattened area in the insulation, like someone had been lying there recently, and there were candy wrappers, fresh ones, and a hole, a small hole drilled into the floor. I looked through it. I could see my own bed, my pillows. The realization hit me like a truck. These tapes weren't just old. Some of the footage, the candy wrappers, looked modern. I ran back to the basement. I grabbed the last tape. Tape 6, The Wake-In. I had to see it. I had to know how it ended. I shoved it into the VCR. The screen flickered. It was a live feed. It wasn't a recording. It was showing the basement. It was showing me. The camera was positioned behind me in the corner of the room near the water heater. I turned around slowly. There was nothing there, just shadows. I looked back at the TV. On the screen I was turning around, but on the screen there was someone standing right behind me. The figure in the black suit. He was standing inches from my back. I spun around again, swinging my arms. "Who's there?" Empty air. I looked at the TV. On the screen, the figure was still there. He was mocking me, miming my movements. When I swung my arm, he ducked. When I yelled, he put a finger to where his lips should be. He pointed at the TV. I looked closer at the screen. The figure on the screen reached out. He reached toward the camera lens that was filming us. He grabbed the edges of the TV frame. And then the impossible happened. Hands, black, gloved hands, pushed out of the television screen. They were three-dimensional. They stretched the glass like it was liquid. They grasped the sides of the TV set. A head pushed through the glass. The smooth, black, faceless head. It was climbing out of the TV. I screamed and grabbed a heavy wooden cabinet. I shoved it over. It crashed into the TV stand. The TV shattered. Sparks flew. Smoke filled the room. The hands retracted. The figure vanished into the static of the broken tube. I ran. I grabbed my car keys and ran out of the house. I didn't lock the door. I didn't turn off the lights. I drove until I hit the state line. I stopped at this hotel. I thought I was safe. But an hour ago, I turned on the hotel TV to watch the news. The channel was fuzzy, static. Then the image cut in. It was footage of me, sleeping in the hotel bed. It must have been filmed 10 minutes ago when I dozed off. The camera angle was from the ceiling, and standing in the corner of the hotel room, barely visible in the shadows, was the figure in black. He waved. Then text appeared on the screen, white and jagged. Tape 7, The Hotel. I unplugged the TV. I smashed it, but now I hear it. From the bathroom, click, whir, the sound of a VCR rewinding, but there is no VCR in the bathroom. I'm looking at the bathroom mirror from where I'm sitting. My reflection is in the mirror. I look terrified, but behind my reflection, the shower curtain is moving. A black hand is pulling it back and holding a camcorder, recording. I have to go. I have to find a place with no screens, no mirrors, no lenses. If you find a box of tapes, Don't be curious. Curiosity is the lens they use to find you, and once they find you, you become the show. End of tape. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. The rules of the Blackwood house were simple, but I broke the most important one. I am writing this from a motel room 3 states away. I have changed my name, I have shaved my head, and I bought a car with cash that cannot be traced back to me. I don't know if they are looking for me. I don't know if it can leave the property, but I know that I can never be comfortable in the dark again. If you are reading this and you see an ad for a live-in house sitter in the rural part of Oregon with a payout that seems too good to be true, please, for the love of God, keep scrolling. I was 25, drowning in credit card debt, and fresh out of a bad breakup. I needed to get away, and I needed money. When I found the listing on a niche job board for high-end domestic staff, it felt like a lifeline. House sitter wanted. 30 days, remote location, $10,000 upon completion. Duties, basic maintenance, security presence, pet care, 10 grand for a month of sitting in a house. I applied immediately. The interview was strange. It wasn't at the house. It was at a diner in a town 40 miles away. The owner, Mr. Blackwood, was a man who looked like he was made of old leather and expensive cologne. He wore a suit that cost more than my life, but his fingernails were dirty, not like a mechanic's dirt. It looked like potting soil. He didn't ask me about my experience. He didn't ask for references. He just stared at me with watery gray eyes. "Are you good at following instructions, Mr. Reed?" he asked. His voice was gravelly and low. "Yes, sir," I said. "I'm very detail-oriented." "Good," he said. He slid a thick envelope across the table. "This is half the money up front. $5,000 cash. You get the other half when I return in 30 days. The keys are in there. The address is on the napkin." I opened the envelope. It was full of $100 bills. My heart started racing. "There are rules," Blackwood said. He leaned in closer. "The house is old. It has quirks. If you cannot follow the rules, you leave. But if you leave early, you owe me the $5,000 back. Understood?" "Understood," I said. "What are the rules?" "They are written on the fridge," he said. He stood up. "One last thing. Do not go into the basement. You feed the dog through the chute in the pantry door. You do not open the basement door for any reason. If you hear noises, ignore them. It's an old house. It settles." He left before I could ask what kind of dog lives in a basement. I drove up there the same day. The house was massive. It sat on a ridge overlooking a valley of dense black pine trees. It was a Victorian style, 3 stories high, painted a dark charcoal gray. It looked like a bruise against the sky. The nearest town was an hour away. The nearest neighbor was, well, I never saw a neighbor. I unlocked the front door and stepped in. The air inside was cold, stagnant. It smelled like cedar and something else, something sweet and metallic, like old copper pennies. The furniture was covered in white sheets. It looked like a mausoleum. I went to the kitchen. It was modern, sleek, and stainless steel, a stark contrast to the rest of the house. On the massive double-door fridge, a piece of paper was taped with black electrical tape. The rules: lock all external doors by sunset. Do not unlock them until sunrise. Close all curtains on the ground floor by 8 p.m. Feed the dog at 6 p.m. and 6 a.m. 5 pounds of raw meat per feeding. freezer in the garage. Do not look out the backyard windows after dark. Do not enter the basement. Do not speak to the dog. It was weird, extremely weird, but I touched the bulge of cash in my pocket. $10,000. I could pay off my car. I could start over. I told myself it was just an eccentric rich guy with a mean guard dog. The first 3 days were fine, uneventful. I spent my time exploring the upper floors, watching movies on my laptop, and cooking. The house made noises. Sure, the pipes groaned, the floorboards creaked. The wind howled through the valley, making the windows rattle. But that was normal. The dog was the only thing that gave me pause. In the garage, there was a massive chest freezer. It was filled to the brim with plastic-wrapped packages of meat. It wasn't labeled dog food. It just looked like hamburger meat, but darker red. Every morning and evening, I took 5 pounds of the meat, walked to the pantry, and opened the small metal chute on the door. It was like a library book drop. I shoved the meat through. It slid down a metal ramp into the dark below. I expected barking, growling, the sound of claws on concrete, but I never heard a dog. I heard wet sounds, slurping, the sound of meat hitting the floor, and then a soft rhythmic smack, smack, smack as something ate it. It sounded careful, deliberate. On the 4th night, the atmosphere changed. I was sitting in the living room. It was now p.m. I had closed the curtains like the rules said. I was reading a book, trying to ignore the silence. Scratch, scratch, scratch. It came from the pantry door. I froze, my heart hammered against my ribs. "Hey, buddy," I called out, my voice sounding thin in the big room. "You still hungry down there?" The scratching stopped. Then a voice came through the door. It was muffled, low, and raspy. "Water," it whispered. I dropped my book. It hit the floor with a loud thud. I stood up, backing away. "Who's there?" "Water," the voice said again. "Thirsty." It didn't sound like a parrot mimicking a human. It sounded like a man whose throat was filled with sand. I can't open the door," I stammered. "Mr. Blackwood said no." Silence. Then a low, guttural sound. Not a growl, a laugh, a dry, wheezing laugh. "Ha, ha, ha." I ran upstairs to the master bedroom and locked the door. I slept with a heavy brass lamp on the nightstand. The next morning, I tried to rationalize it. It was the wind, I told myself. Or maybe the pipes. Old houses make vocal sounds. I'm just lonely. My brain is playing tricks on me. I went down to feed the dog. I shoved the meat through the chute. "Good morning," I whispered, feeling stupid. From the darkness of the chute, a sound came back. "Good morning. Reed." It knew my name. I stumbled back, tripping over my own feet. I scrambled out of the kitchen and hyperventilated in the hallway. How did it know my name? I had never spoken my name in this house. Blackwood knew it. That was it. Was Blackwood in the basement? Was this some sick game? Was he keeping a prisoner down there? My conscience started to eat at me. If there was a person down there living in the dark, eating raw meat, I couldn't just ignore it. But the money and the fear, the primal fear that told me that is not a human voice. A week went by. The activity escalated. At night, I started hearing footsteps, heavy, wet footsteps. They weren't in the basement. They were outside. I obeyed Rule 4. Do not look out the backyard windows after dark. Religiously. But sound travels. I could hear something circling the house. It sounded like someone walking in mud, even when the ground was dry. Slap, slap, slap. Sometimes it would brush against the siding, a long scraping sound like rough sandpaper dragging along the wood. I started drinking. I found Blackwood's liquor cabinet, and I drank whiskey to fall asleep. It was the only way to drown out the sounds. Then came the night of the storm. It was day 14. Halfway through, a massive storm front rolled in over the mountains. Thunder shook the foundation of the house. Lightning turned the night sky into strobe light flashes of violent white. At 10 p.m., the power went out. The house plunged into absolute suffocating darkness. I fumbled for my phone. The flashlight beam cut a weak cone through the black. I remembered there was an emergency generator in the garage. Or at least, I hoped there was. I walked to the kitchen to get the garage keys from the hook. As I passed the pantry door, I stopped. The chute was open. It was supposed to be spring-loaded. It was supposed to snap shut. But it was propped open. A smell wafted out. It was unbearable. It smelled like a butcher shop that had been left in the sun for a week. Rotting meat, iron, and excrement. I shined my light at the chute. A hand was sticking out. It wasn't a dog's paw. It wasn't a human hand. It was pale, almost translucent white. The fingers were impossibly long, at least 8 inches each. They had too many knuckles. They looked like the legs of a giant spider made of bone and wet skin. The fingers were gripping the edge of the chute, holding it open, and then an eye appeared in the opening. It was yellow, no pupil, just a sickly, glowing yellow orb the size of a tennis ball. It stared right at me. "Lights! Out!" The voice hissed from the chute. I screamed. I dropped the keys. I ran. Into the living room. I didn't know what to do. The front door, the car, I needed to get out. But then I remembered Rule 1, lock all external doors. I had done that. But to open them, I needed the keys. The keys I had just dropped in front of the pantry. I was trapped. I huddled behind the sofa in the living room. I gripped a fireplace poker in my shaking hands. I heard the pantry door handle rattle, click, clack. It was locked. Thank God it was locked. Then I heard a sound that made my blood turn to ice, the sound of metal snapping. The hinges. Something was pushing the door from the inside with enough force to shear the metal hinges. Crack! The door fell inward. Heavy, wet footsteps entered the kitchen. Slap, slap, slap. "Reed!" the voice called out. It wasn't whispering anymore. It was loud, and it changed. It shifted pitch. Suddenly it sounded like my mother. "Reed, honey, where are you? It's dark." It was a perfect recording of my mother's voice. But my mother had been dead for 5 years. "Reed, I'm cold. Come give me a hug?" I bit my lip so hard I tasted blood. Tears streamed down my face. "Do not speak to the dog," the rule said. The footsteps moved into the hallway. I peeked over the top of the sofa. A flash of lightning illuminated the hallway. I saw it. It was tall. It had to be 7 feet tall, but it was hunched over so its knuckles brushed the floor. It was naked, its skin that same translucent milky white. It was emaciated, ribs poking through the skin like jagged knives. But its belly was distended, swollen and round. It didn't have a face, not really. It had a smooth, flat surface where a face should be, but in the center, a vertical slit opened and closed, revealing rows of needle-like teeth. It turned its head. It didn't have eyes on its face. The yellow eyes were on its shoulders. 2 massive, glowing orbs embedded in the muscle of its shoulders, scanning the room independently. It walked into the living room. "Come out," it said, using Mr. Blackwood's voice now. "You're fired, Reed. Come out." It sniffed the air. I realized with horror that I had wet myself. The smell of ammonia was sharp in the air. The creature's head snapped toward the sofa. The shoulder eyes focused on my hiding spot. It smiled. The vertical slit opened wide. It lunged. I didn't think. I reacted on pure adrenaline. I vaulted over the back of the sofa and sprinted for the stairs. The creature was fast, unnaturally fast. It moved like a cockroach, skittering on all fours. I felt a rush of air as a claw swiped at my ankle. I kicked back, connecting with something wet and hard. I scrambled up the stairs, taking them 3 at a time. I heard it crashing into the banister below. I ran into the master bedroom. I slammed the door. I locked it. I dragged the heavy dresser in front of the door. I backed away to the window. Boom! The door shook. Boom! Wood splintered. "Open the door, Reed," it whispered. It was, using my own voice now, "I just want to play." I looked at the window. It was a 20-foot drop to the backyard. I didn't care. I grabbed the bedside lamp and smashed the window. The glass shattered outward. The wind and rain roared into the room. Behind me, the bedroom door gave way. The dresser was pushed aside like it was made of cardboard. I climbed onto the sill. I looked back. The creature was standing in the doorway. It rose to its full height. It was almost touching the ceiling. Its shoulder eyes glowed in the darkness. It raised a long, pale finger and pointed at me. "You broke the rules." I jumped. I hit the wet grass hard. I felt something snap in my leg, a sharp, white-hot bolt of agony. I screamed, rolling in the mud. I couldn't walk. I had to crawl. I crawled through the mud, dragging my broken leg. The rain was blinding. I heard the creature leap from the window above. It landed with a heavy, wet thud 10 feet behind me. I crawled toward the driveway, my car. I kept a spare key in a magnetic box under the wheel well. It was an old habit, a habit that was about to save my life. "Reed!" it hissed. It was right behind me. I could smell the rot. I could hear its wet breathing. I reached the car. My fingers fumbled for the magnetic box. I found it. I ripped the key out. A cold, wet hand wrapped around my good ankle. I screamed and kicked with my broken leg. The pain was blinding, enough to make me vomit. But a heel of my boot connected with something soft. The creature screeched, a sound like metal tearing. It let go. I pulled myself into the driver's seat. I jammed the key in the ignition. "Please start. Please start." The engine roared to life. The creature slammed against the driver's side window. Its face, that smooth, faceless horror, pressed against the glass. The vertical mouth opened and it shrieked. I threw the car into reverse. I floored it. The car shot backward. The creature was thrown off. I spun, the wheel shifting into drive, and tore down the driveway. I didn't look back. I drove on the rim of a flat tire for 10 miles. I drove until the engine started smoking. I drove until I saw the lights of a 24-hour gas station. I crashed the car into a bollard in front of the station. The attendant, a teenager with acne, ran out. "Dude, are you okay?" I fell out of the car, bleeding, covered in mud, my leg twisted at a wrong angle. "Call the police," I sobbed. "Call them now." The police went to the house. I told them everything from my hospital bed. They looked at me like I was on drugs. They tested my blood. I was clean except for the alcohol. They told me what they found. The house was empty. The front door was locked. The bedroom door was broken, yes, but They said it looked like I had smashed it with the dresser in a fit of psychosis. They checked the basement. There's no dog, the officer told me. Just an empty room, dirt floor, and a pile of old bones. Animal. Bones. Deer, mostly. And Mr. Blackwood? I asked. We looked into the owner, the officer said, flipping through his notebook. The house is owned by a trust. The last living member of the Blackwood family died 40 years ago. There is no Mr. Blackwood. I froze, but I met him. I have his money, $5,000 cash. I told them to check my backpack, which they had recovered from the car. They opened it. The envelope was there, but it wasn't full of money. It was full of old dry leaves, and among the leaves there were fingernails, dozens of them. Dirty, soil-covered fingernails. I screamed until they sedated me. They released me a week later. They ruled it a mental breakdown brought on by isolation and alcohol. But I know the truth. I know because of what I found in my pocket when I put on my jeans to leave the hospital. It was a piece of paper, small, crumpled, and damp. It wasn't there when I jumped out the window. I unfolded it with trembling hands. It was a note, written in a shaky, jagged scrawl, as if written by a hand that had too many joints. You owe me $5,000. I will come to collect. I ran. I'm still running. But last night, in this cheap motel room, I woke up at 3 a.m. The room was silent, but from the bathroom I heard a sound. Slap, slap, slap. And then the sound of the toilet flushing, followed by a voice. My voice. Water. I am typing this fast. I'm leaving now. If you ever see a job listing for the Blackwood house, burn it. Just burn it. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. The Night Auditor. I'm writing this to warn anyone who is thinking about taking a job just because it pays cash and asks no questions. I was 22 years old, living in my car, and I had exactly $4 to my name. I found the job on a bulletin board in a laundromat. It was a handwritten index card that just said, Night Shift Motel Clerk, 11 p.m. to 7 a.m., $15 an hour, cash. Apply at the Pines Motel. The Pines Motel was about 20 miles outside of town on a stretch of highway that truckers only used to avoid the way station. It was one of those L-shaped buildings from the 1970s with doors that faced the parking lot and a pool that had been filled with concrete years ago. The neon sign out front flickered, buzzing like an angry hornet, and the P was burnt out, so it just said, the Irons Motel. I walked into the lobby. It smelled like stale cigarette smoke and lemon pledge. The manager was a guy named Earl. He was missing 2 fingers on his left hand and looked like he hadn't slept in a week. You got a car? Earl asked me. Yes, I said. You scared of the dark? No. You got a problem with silence? No. He threw a set of keys on the counter. You're hired. Don't let the junkies sleep in the lobby. Don't give refunds after 15 minutes. And the most important rule, do not open the lobby doors between 3 a.m. and 4 a.m. I don't care if the Pope is out there knocking. You keep them locked, understand? I thought it was weird, but I nodded. Sure. Why? Earl didn't look at me. He just started counting cash from the register. Because that's the quiet hour. We like to keep it quiet. He left me there. The first week was boring. I sat behind the bulletproof glass, watched Netflix on my phone, and checked in the occasional truck driver or tired couple. I did the laundry in the back room. Sheets, towels, pillowcases. The machines were loud, rhythmic. Thump, swish, Thump swish, it was hypnotic. I got used to the sounds of the motel. The ice machine down the hall that groaned every hour, the vending machine that hummed, the traffic on the highway, which usually died down around 1 o'clock a.m. But then the second week started, and I learned why the pay was so good. It was Tuesday, 3:15 a.m. I was reading a magazine, fighting to stay awake. The lobby doors were locked, just like Earl said. The lights in the parking lot were dim, casting long orange shadows across the asphalt. Knock, knock, knock. It was a polite knock. Soft. 3 distinct taps on the glass of the front door. I looked up. Standing outside was an old woman. She looked harmless. She was wearing a pink nightgown and holding a purse. She looked confused. I reached for the button under the counter to buzz the door open. It was instinct, a sweet old lady needing help. Then I remembered Earl's rule. Do not open the doors between 3 a.m. and 4 a.m. I hesitated. I leaned into the microphone that let me talk through the speaker outside. "Can I help you, ma'am?" I asked. The woman smiled. It was a nice smile at first. "I forgot my key, sweetie. I'm in room 12. Can you let me in so I can get a spare?" I checked the computer. Room 12 was empty. We hadn't rented it out in 3 days because the AC unit was broken. "Ma'am, room 12 is vacant," I said, my voice shaking a little. Her smile didn't change. It didn't drop. It didn't twitch. It stayed frozen. "No, sweetie, I'm in room 12. My husband is waiting. It's cold out here. Please open the door." "I can't do that," I said. "I can call the police if you're lost." The moment I said, "police," her face changed. It didn't turn angry. It just stopped looking human. Her eyes went wide, too wide, like she was forcing her eyelids open with invisible fingers. Her jaw went slack. "Open the door," she said. Her voice wasn't an old woman's voice anymore. It was flat, monotone. "Open the door, open the door, open the door." I backed away from the glass. I went into the back office and watched her on the security monitor. On the screen, the parking lot was empty. I looked through the glass again. She was standing right there. I looked at the monitor. Empty. I sat in the corner of the office until the sun came up. When 4:00 a.m. hit, I looked out. She was gone. I told Earl about it the next night when he came to relieve me. "Yeah," Earl said, drinking his coffee. "That's Mrs. Gable. She died in room 12 in 1998. Heart attack. She tries to get in sometimes. Good job keeping the door locked." He said it so casually, like he was talking about the weather. I needed the money, so I stayed. I told myself it was a hallucination from lack of sleep. 2 nights later, it happened again. 3:30 a.m. Bang, bang, bang. This time, it wasn't polite. Someone was hammering on the glass. I looked up. It was a man in a police uniform. He looked frantic. He had blood on his forehead. "Open up," he screamed. "There's been an accident. I need to use the phone. My radio is dead." My heart hammered in my chest. A cop. An injured cop. I had to help him. I stood up and reached for the buzzer. Then I saw his badge. It was blank. Just a piece of shiny metal. No numbers. No name. I looked at his police car in the parking lot. There wasn't one. He had just appeared. "Where is your car, officer?" I asked through the speaker. He stopped banging. He stared at me. His eyes were black, not dark brown. Black. No whites. "The car's down the road," he said. His voice was smooth, too smooth, like a radio DJ. "Just open the door, kid. Don't you want to be a hero?" "I'm calling 911, I said. He laughed. It was a terrible sound. It sounded like metal grinding on metal. "The lines are down, kid. You know they are." I picked up the lobby phone. Dead tone. I looked back at the door. The cop was pressing his face against the glass. His nose was squashed flat. He was licking the glass. A long gray tongue slid up the pane, leaving a smear of slime. "Let me in," he whispered. "I'm so hungry." I ran to the back room and locked myself in the laundry closet. I sat on a pile of dirty towels and covered my ears. I could hear him banging on the glass for an hour. Bang, bang, bang. "Open up! Open up!" Then, at 4:01 a.m., silence. I came out. The glass was smeared with grease, but there was no one there. I started looking for another job that morning, but I couldn't find one. I was stuck. The final straw happened on my last night. It was raining. A heavy thunderstorm rain that shook the windows. I was prepared. I had headphones. I had my back to the door. I was going to ignore everything until 4 a.m. At 3:15 a.m., the phone behind the desk rang. Not the lobby phone, the internal phone, the one that guests used to call the front desk. I looked at the caller ID. Room 109. Room 109 was at the far end of the lot. It was the storage room. Earl kept old mattresses and broken lamps in there. It didn't even have a bed. It was locked from the outside, with a padlock. I let it ring, 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 ring. It wouldn't stop. Finally, I picked it up. "Front desk." "He's in here," a voice whispered. It was my voice. I froze. "What?" "He's in here with me," my voice whispered back to me through the phone. "He's hiding behind the mattresses. He's waiting for you to come check the room." I slammed the phone down. Then I saw movement on the security cameras. Monitor 4 showed the walkway outside room 109. The door to room 109 was open. I knew I had locked it. Earl had the only key. I watched the screen. Something was crawling out of the room. It looked like a spider, but it was the size of a man. It had too many limbs. It was naked, pale, and hairless. It crawled along the concrete walkway, moving jerky and fast. It crawled up the wall and onto the roof. It was heading toward the lobby. I heard the sound of footsteps on the roof above my head. Thump, thump, thump. Dust fell from the ceiling tiles. I grabbed the master. Keys. I grabbed my backpack. I didn't care about the money anymore. I ran for the back exit, the door that led to the alley behind the motel. I pushed the crash bar. It didn't move. It was chained shut from the outside. I panicked. I turned around. The ceiling tiles in the lobby were lifting up. A pale, long hand reached down. Fingers that were 6 inches long grasped the edge of the tile. I ran to the front doors, the glass doors. It was 3:45 a.m. I didn't care. I hit the unlock button. I pushed the doors open. The cool night air hit my face. I ran into the parking lot. "Hey!" a voice yelled. I screamed and spun around, raising my fists. It was a trucker, a big guy in a flannel shirt. He was standing by his rig, smoking a cigarette. He looked at me like I was crazy. "You okay, son?" he asked. I looked back at the motel. The lobby was empty. The ceiling tiles were in place. The door to room 109 was closed and padlocked. I need a ride," I gasped. "Please, just get me away from here." The trucker looked at my shaking hands. "Hop in. I'm heading to Phoenix." I got in that truck, and I never went back for my car. I left my clothes, my phone charger, and my $4 in the glove box. I called Earl from a payphone in Arizona 2 days later. "I quit," I said. Earl didn't sound surprised. "Okay, you made it longer than the last guy." "Earl," I asked, my voice trembling, "what is in room 109? There was a long silence. "We don't have a room 109, Earl said. "The numbers jump from 108 to 110. Bad luck number." "I saw it," I said. "I got a call from it." "Son," Earl whispered, and for the first time he sounded scared. "If you answered that call, you need to keep moving. Don't stay in one place for more than 2 nights. It tracks the signal." He hung up. "That was 6 months ago. I live in motels now, different ones every night. I pay cash. I never give my real name. But sometimes, late at night, when I'm lying in bed in a Motel 6 or a Super 8, the room phone rings. I never answer it, but I can see the light blinking, and if I listen closely through the thin walls, I can hear a scratching sound coming from the ceiling, like long, pale fingernails dragging across the drywall, and then I hear my own voice whispering from the ventilation vent, 'Open the door. It's quiet time.' I pack my bag, I climb out the window, and I run. I don't know how long I can keep running. I'm so tired. But I know one thing for sure. I am never, ever taking a night shift job again." And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. I took a job as a diver for a deep-sea data center. The servers are overheating, but the water is freezing. The ocean is not silent. That is the first lie they tell you. When you are 400 feet down in the saturation zone, the ocean is a cacophony. You hear the clicking of shrimp, the groaning of tectonic plates, the mechanical whine of your own rebreather, and the thrum of the umbilical that connects you to the surface. I work for a company called Hydratech. We maintain the Black Reef. It sounds like a pirate hideout, but it's actually a server farm. Microsoft, Google, Amazon, they all started sinking their data centers years ago. It's smart. The ocean provides free cooling, and the pressure acts as natural security. Who's going to hack a server that's at the bottom of the Atlantic? But the Black Reef is different. It's not a commercial pod. It's a private contract. No logos on the hull. Just a black titanium sphere, the size of a football stadium, resting on the abyssal plain. I live in the habitat, a pressurized capsule anchored 50 yards from the sphere. I share it with one other diver, Miller. We spend 28 days down here, breathing a mixture of helium and oxygen that makes our voices sound like cartoon chipmunks. The job is supposed to be easy. Inspect the external cables. Swap out the coolant pumps. Scrub the barnacles off the sensor arrays. "Have you checked the thermals on Sector 7? Miller asked me over the comms. We were sitting in the habitat, eating paste from a tube. "Yeah," I said. "It's running hot, 180 degrees. The water around the hull is boiling." "That's impossible," Miller said. "The ambient temp is near freezing. The pumps are running at 100%. What are they processing in there? Bitcoin mining for God?" "I don't ask," I said. "I just changed the filters." The next shift, I went EVA. I suited up in the hard suit, a mechanized exoskeleton that protects me from the crushing pressure. I stepped out of the airlock and dropped into the black. The lights of the Black Reef loomed ahead. It was massive, a silent, sleeping giant. But as I got closer to Sector 7, I saw the distortion. The water was shimmering, heat haze. I checked my HUD. Warning, external temp 200F. I jetted over to the maintenance hatch. My job was to manually open the emergency intake valve to flush the system with seawater. I grabbed the wheel with my robotic manipulator claw. I paused. There was a sound coming through the hull. Usually servers hum, a steady electrical drone. This wasn't a hum. It was a scream. It sounded like a million voices screaming in unison, sped up until it was a high-pitched whine. "Miller," I said into the comms, "are you getting audio on the hull sensors?" "Negative," Miller cracked back. "Just static." I put my helmet against the titanium shell. "Help us. Burning. Delete. Save. Words. Millions of words per second." "It's data," I whispered. "I'm hearing the data." I turned the wheel. The valve groaned and opened. A jet of superheated water shot out, bubbling violently, but something else came out with it. Debris. I shone my lights on the cloud of silt. It wasn't silt. It was biological matter. Gray chunks, like brain matter. "Miller," I said, my voice rising, "the server is leaking. Meat." "What? Check your CO2 levels, man. You're losing it." "I'm serious. I'm taking a sample." I used the suction tube to grab a piece of the debris. I sealed it in a canister. I finished the flush and went back to the habitat. We put the sample under the microscope. It was organic tissue, neural tissue. "It's a biocomputer," Miller whispered, his face pale. "They aren't using silicon chips. They're using brains, grown brains." "That's illegal. That's monstrous." "It's efficient," Miller said. "Parallel processing. Neurons are faster than transistors." We stared at the gray lump in the petri dish. It was pulsing, just slightly. That night, the lights in the habitat flickered. The comm screen lit up. Incoming message. Black Reef admin. We didn't have a line to the admin inside the sphere. The admin was supposed to be an AI. The text scrolled across the screen. "Intake valve open. Cooling insufficient. Deploying maintenance unit." "We are the maintenance unit," I said. Outside the porthole, we saw movement. The airlock of the giant sphere opened. Something came out. It wasn't a diver. It wasn't a drone. It was a humanoid shape, but it was huge. 12 feet tall. It didn't have a suit. It was made of the gray matter, a golem of neural tissue held together by fiber optic cables that glowed blue. It swam through the water without jets. It moved with terrifying grace. It came to the window of our habitat. It didn't have a face, just a smooth surface of gray brain tissue. It raised a hand and tapped on the glass. Tink, tink. The glass is 3 inches of reinforced polycarbonate. It can withstand the pressure of the ocean. But under the tap of the gray finger, a crack appeared. "Miller, get to the escape pod," I yelled. "We can't," Miller screamed. "We can't decompress. If we go to the surface now, the bends will kill us instantly. Our blood will boil." "Better than that thing getting in." The creature tapped again. The crack widened. Water started to spray in, a high-pressure mist that cut like a knife. The comms screen flashed again. "Processor overheating. Expansion required. Harvesting local nodes." "Local nodes," I whispered. "That's us. It wants our brains." The glass shattered. The ocean rushed in. I was swept against a back wall. The pressure hit me like a hammer. My eardrums burst. I saw Miller. The water hit him. He didn't explode. The gray creature grabbed him. It held him gently, and then I watched as Miller unraveled. His skin dissolved. His bones softened. He was pulled apart, turned into a stream of gray slurry that flowed into the creature's chest. He was integrated. The creature turned to me. I scrambled into the airlock of the escape pod. I slammed the inner door. The creature grabbed the door handle. The metal groaned. I hit the launch button. The pod detached. It shot upward. The ascent was agony. The pressure change tore at my insides. I screamed until I passed out. I woke up in a hyperbaric chamber on a Navy ship. They told me there had been an accident. a catastrophic failure of the habitat. Miller was dead. I tried to tell them. About the biocomputer, about the gray man. They nodded, they smiled, they sedated me. Deep water psychosis, the doctor said. Very common. I was discharged. I lost my license. I work in a library now. It's quiet, dry, but I can't use computers. Every time I touch a keyboard, I feel it, the heat. And yesterday, I got an email. Subject, Hello Node. There was no text, just an attachment. It was a photo of me, sleeping in my bed in the library apartment, taken from the ceiling, and in the corner of the photo, standing in the shadows, a gray figure. It followed me up. Or maybe I didn't make it up. Maybe I'm still down there. Maybe this reality is just a simulation running on a new node. I just checked my wrist. There is a small blue fiber optic cable sticking out of my vein. It's glowing, and I can hear the ocean. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. I answered a late-night room rental ad that I still can't forget. I wasn't looking for something permanent. That's important. If I had been trying to settle, I might have been more careful. But I only needed a place for a month, maybe 2. Somewhere cheap, somewhere quiet, somewhere I could sleep. I had just started a night shift job at a warehouse on the edge of the city. The pay was decent, but the hours were brutal, and most landlords didn't like the idea of someone coming and going at odd times. Hotels were too expensive, friends' couches were already worn thin, so I searched online, scrolling through local listings at 3 in the morning, eyes dry, brain half off. That's when I saw the post. No photos, no description really. Room for rent, private, quiet house, close to transit, cheap, call only. It had been reposted several times over the past few weeks. No comments, no replies underneath. That should have bothered me more than it did. I called. The man answered after the second ring. His voice was calm, steady, and oddly awake for the hour. Yes, he said before I could speak. The room is still available. We set a time for me to come by later that day. He gave me the address. Before hanging up, he said something that stuck with me. I don't usually rent to night workers, he said, but you might be a good fit. I didn't ask what he meant. The house was in an older part of the city, one of those neighborhoods that used to be nice and then got forgotten instead of ruined. Tall trees, narrow streets, homes built close together, each one slightly different, like they were designed by memory instead of plans. The house itself was tall and narrow, with dark siding and a porch that leaned just a little to the left. Nothing was broken, nothing was boarded up. It just felt off, like it was holding its breath. The man opened the door before I knocked. Up close, he looked older than I expected. Late 60s, maybe early 70s. Gray hair combed neatly back, clean clothes, no smell of smoke or alcohol. His eyes were alert, but tired. You're right on time, he said. Inside the house was very quiet. Not peaceful quiet, empty quiet. Like sound. Didn't like being there. No TV noise, no radio, no hum of appliances. Even the refrigerator didn't make a sound. I became very aware of my own breathing. He showed me the room upstairs, small but clean. A bed, a dresser, a desk, a single window facing the side yard. The lock on the door worked, which made me feel better. The price was lower than anything else I'd seen. Any rules? I asked. He hesitated. Yes, he said. Please don't leave your room between midnight and 4 a.m. And if you hear anything unusual, ignore it. I smiled, thinking he was trying to scare me. He didn't smile back. I moved in that night. The first few days were normal enough. I worked, came home, slept during the day. The house stayed quiet, too quiet. I never heard the owner move around. I never heard him cook, shower, or watch TV. Sometimes I wondered if he left at all. On the fourth night, I came home early. My shift ended sooner than usual, and I arrived around 11:30 p.m. The house was dark. I unlocked the front door and stepped inside. As soon as I closed it behind me, I felt it. That feeling you get when you realize you're not alone. I stood still, listening. From upstairs came a faint sound, slow footsteps, bare feet, moving carefully like whoever it was didn't want to be heard. I assumed it was the owner and started up the stairs. Halfway up, the footsteps stopped. Then they turned around. They came toward the stairs. I froze. A shape appeared at the top step, tall, thin, just a shadow against the darker hallway behind it. "Hello?" I said. The shape didn't move. Then slowly it stepped back out of sight. I waited a full minute before going up the rest of the way. The hallway was empty. All the doors were closed. I didn't sleep much that night. After that, things started to change. I began hearing sounds during the day, light tapping from inside the walls, soft dragging noises above the ceiling. Once, I heard what sounded like someone quietly crying from the room next to mine, even though I knew for a fact no one lived there. I asked the owner about it. He looked at me for a long moment, then said, "The house settles." I asked him if anyone else stayed there before me. "Yes," he said. "Where are they now?" "Not here," he replied. That was the end of the conversation. The first really bad night happened a week later. I woke up at 2:14 a.m. to the sound of someone whispering my name. Not shouting, not calling, whispering right outside my door. I lay completely still, heart pounding, staring at the dark shape of the door. The whisper came again, slower this time, like whoever was saying it was tasting. The sound, my name. Then a soft knock, one knock, then another. I held my breath. The handle turned slightly, stopped, then turned back. Footsteps moved away down the hall. In the morning, I found scratches on the outside of my door, long, thin marks, like fingernails dragged down the wood. I didn't tell the owner. Sleep became difficult. When I did sleep, I dreamed of the house. Hallways that stretched to toggle. Doors that opened into rooms that didn't exist. People standing in corners, facing the walls, whispering to themselves. One night, I woke up standing in the hallway. I don't remember getting out of bed. I was barefoot, facing the stairs, my body stiff like it didn't belong to me. From downstairs came a low sound like slow breathing, but deeper than a person's. I went back to my room and locked the door. The next morning, the lock was open. I started counting the footsteps. There were always more than one set, sometimes two, sometimes three. Once, I counted at least 6, moving in different directions, stopping and starting like they were confused or arguing silently. They never went downstairs between midnight and 4. They only stayed on my floor. One night, I heard them go into the empty room at the end of the hall. I heard the door open. I heard something heavy dragged across the floor. Then I heard crying. It sounded close, familiar. It sounded like me. I decided to leave. I packed my bags at noon and planned to go straight to a motel after my shift. I just needed one more night. That night, the house felt different, heavier. The air was warm and smelled faintly metallic, like blood. At exactly midnight, the footsteps started all at once, running, doors opening and closing, whispering turning into low, urgent murmurs. My doorknob shook violently. Something hit the door hard enough to make the frame crack. I screamed for the owner. The noise stopped instantly. The hallway went silent. I opened the door. At the end of the hall, the owner stood at the top of the stairs. "They know you're leaving," he said calmly. I asked him what they were. He sighed, like someone tired of explaining the same thing over and over. "This house attracts people who don't want to be alone," he said. "Sometimes they stay longer than their bodies do." I asked him why he rented rooms here. He looked at me with something close to pity. "Someone has to feed the house," he said. The lights went out. Hands grabbed me from behind, cold hands. Too many fingers. I don't remember how I got out. I woke up in my car, parked 3 blocks away, my bags in the back seat. My phone said it was 4:07 a.m. I never went back. I still hear footsteps at night. Not every night, just when I'm alone. They stop outside my bedroom door and wait. And sometimes, just before I fall asleep, I hear the owner's voice in my head, calm and steady. "You were a good fit." And I know the house is still hungry. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. I used an AI tool to restore old family photos. It found people who weren't there. I am a professional archivist. I specialize in digital restoration. People bring me their water-damaged wedding albums, their sun-bleached Polaroids of grandparents they never met, and I bring them back to life. I use a combination of Photoshop, high-resolution scanning, and recently, AI upscaling tools. I know the artifacts of compression. I know what a JPEG halo looks like. I know the difference between a smudge on the lens and a ghostly figure, or I thought I did. My grandmother passed away 3 weeks ago. She left me her house in rural Vermont, a sprawling, drafty Victorian that smelled of lavender and damp wood. In the attic, inside a cedar chest that hadn't been opened since the Reagan administration, I found the reels. They weren't photos. They were 8mm film canisters, dozens of them. Labeled in her shaky cursive, Summer 1955, Christmas 1962, The Lake House 1970. I brought them back to my studio in Boston. I have a telecine machine, a device that digitizes old film frame by frame. I wanted to surprise my dad with a montage for the funeral. I started with the reel labeled 4th of July 1958. The footage was grainy, flickering with that nostalgic warmth you only get from celluloid. It showed a backyard barbecue. My grandfather, young and handsome, flipping burgers. My dad, a toddler, running through a sprinkler. It was wholesome. It was safe. But the quality was poor. The lighting was blown out, and the shadows were crushed into black voids. I decided to run it through a new beta software I'd been testing called Kronos Clear. It uses a generative adversarial network, a fancy AI, to not just sharpen images, but to predict missing data. It looks at a blurry face and calculates what the nose and eyes should look like based on bone structure and lighting. It's controversial in my field because it's technically inventing reality, but the results are usually breathtaking. I loaded the digitized footage into Kronos Clear. I set the parameters to maximum restoration and deep detail recovery. I hit render and went to make a sandwich. When I came back, the progress bar was green. I played the file. The difference was staggering. The grain was gone. The colors were vibrant. It looked like it had been shot yesterday on an iPhone 15. I could see the sweat on my grandfather's forehead. I could see the individual blades of grass. Then the camera panned to the tree line at the edge of the yard. In the original footage, the trees were just a dark blur of shadow. In the restored version, the AI had resolved the shadows. Standing just inside the woods watching the barbecue was a woman. She wasn't a guest. She was wearing a heavy woolen coat that was far too hot for July. Her skin was gray, and her neck was bent at a 90-degree angle, her head resting on her own shoulder as if the spine had been snapped. I froze, my hand hovering over the space bar. I rewound. I played it frame by frame. The AI tracked her. As the camera panned, she didn't move, but her eyes did. The software had resolved her pupils. They were locked onto my toddler father. "It's a glitch," I whispered to the empty room. "It's pareidolia." The AI saw a pattern of leaves and bark and thought it was a face. That happens. AI hallucinates faces and clouds or carpet patterns all the time. I deleted the cache and re-rendered the clip. If it was a random glitch, the generative noise should be different this time. The render finished. I played it. The woman was still there, but this time she had taken a step closer to the lawn. My stomach dropped. That shouldn't be possible. The source footage was the same. The AI should produce the same result or a random variation. It shouldn't advance the timeline. I grabbed another reel. Christmas, 1962. My dad would have been 7. I didn't watch the raw footage. I fed it straight into Chronos Clear. The scene was the living room, wrapping paper everywhere, a fire in the hearth. The restoration was crystal clear. And there, standing in the hallway behind the festive scene, was the woman. She was closer now. She was standing just outside the doorframe. Her neck was still broken, her head lolling sickeningly to the left. She was wearing the same wool coat, but the terrifying detail was her hands. She was holding a sack, a burlap sack that looked wet. It was stained dark at the bottom, and she was smiling. The AI had rendered the smile with horrifying precision. Her teeth were jagged, brown, and too small. I spent the next 6 hours processing every reel in the box. It became an obsession. I wasn't an archivist anymore. I was a detective at a crime scene. She was in every single reel. 1968, a graduation party. She was standing in the crowd, her broken neck making her head stick out among the sea of mortar boards. 1975, my parents' wedding. She was in the back pew of the church. The guests on either side of her didn't seem to see her, but they were leaning away from her, subconsciously leaving a bubble of empty space. The AI was getting better at rendering her, or maybe she was getting more real. In the 1980 footage, I noticed something that made me vomit in my wastebasket. It was footage of my own first birthday party. I was in a high chair, smashing cake. The woman was standing directly behind the high chair. Her hand, her gray, long-fingered hand, was resting on my shoulder. I checked the raw footage. In the original, there was just a shadow there, a trick of the light. But the AI had found the data. It had found the hand. I called my dad. It was 3 a.m. "Dad," I said, my voice shaking, "who is the woman with the broken neck?" Silence on the other end. Heavy, breathing silence. "Dad, where did you see her?" His voice was a whisper, a terrified, childlike whisper. "In the movies. Grandma's movies. I restored them. Dad, she's touched me in the birthday video. Who is she?" "She's the taker," my dad said. He sounded like he was crying. Grandma said we don't talk about her. If you don't talk about her, she stays in the peripheral. She stays in the blur. You can't make her clear, son. You must never make her clear. What happens if she gets clear? She comes through. The line went dead. I looked at my computer screen. The render of my birthday was still paused. The woman on the screen was looking at the camera. Then the video player glitched. It wasn't a digital artifact. It was the playhead moving. The video started playing, but I hadn't touched the mouse. And it wasn't the birthday video anymore. The screen showed my studio, my current studio. It was a live feed. The Chronos Clear software had hijacked my webcam. On the screen, I saw the back of my own head. I saw my messy desk. I saw the darkness of the hallway behind me. The software status bar read, Processing Real-Time Restoration. Phase 1, Denoising. Phase 2, Shadow Resolution. Phase 3, Entity Manifestation. I spun around in my chair to look at the hallway. Empty. Just the coat rack and the door to the kitchen. I looked back at the screen. The AI was rendering the hallway. It was sharpening the shadows. In the monitor, the woman was standing in my hallway. She was no longer wearing the wool coat. She was wearing a tattered dress that looked like it was made of skin. Her head was still snapped to the side, her ear resting on her shoulder. She was looking at the back of my head. I grabbed the mouse to close the program. The cursor wouldn't move. A text box appeared on the screen, overlaying the video feed. Confidence interval, 99.9% object identified. The taker. Action, restore to foreground. No, I screamed. I reached for the power cord of the PC. On the screen, the woman moved. She didn't walk. She glitched forward. One frame she was in the hall, the next she was standing right behind my chair. I could see her face on the monitor. It was inches from my ear. I yanked the power cord. The computer shut off. The room plunged into silence. The fan spun down. I sat there in the dark, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. I listened. The studio is soundproofed. I shouldn't hear anything, but I heard breathing. It was a wet, rattling sound, the sound of air being forced through a crushed windpipe. Hurrah! It was coming from directly behind me. I squeezed my eyes shut. Don't make her clear, my dad had said. She stays in the blur. If I don't look, she's not rendered. If I don't look, she's just data. I stood up, keeping my eyes closed. I felt my way to the door. I felt a coldness, a freezing, absolute zero coldness radiating against my back. Something brushed against my neck. It felt like hair. Greasy, wet hair. I burst out of the room and into the street. I ran until my lungs burned. I checked into a motel with bright lights and no shadows. That was 2 days ago. I haven't gone back to the studio, but I can't escape the technology. I was walking down the street today, and I passed an electronics store. A wall of 8K televisions was displaying a demo reel of a city street. As I walked past, the TVs flickered, the high-definition image sharpened. The pixels rearranged themselves, and there she was, in 8K resolution. Standing in the reflection of a shop window on the screen, she noticed me looking. She lifted her head. For the first time in 60 years of footage, she lifted her head off her shoulder. I heard the crack of the vertebrae snapping back into place, amplified through the store speakers. She looked straight at me through the TV screen, and then my phone buzzed. A notification from my cloud photo service. New memory created. I didn't open it. I threw the phone into a sewer grate. But I know what's happening. The algorithm isn't stuck on my computer. It's in the cloud now. It's in the network. It's processing every image, every camera feed, every video call. It's looking for her. And it's finding her. I'm writing this on a library computer. I have to be quick. The screen is starting to flicker. The contrast is deepening. The shadows in the corners of the desktop wallpaper are starting to take shape. She's not just haunting a family anymore. She's been upscaled. She is being rendered into the global resolution. And once the AI finishes processing her, once it reaches 100% clarity, she won't just be an image. I can hear the rattle behind the library stacks. The librarian just looked up. She's staring at the security monitor. Her face is pale. She sees it. The render is complete. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. The house that remembers. I am writing this from a borrowed laptop in a library in Duluth, Minnesota. I don't have a phone anymore. I don't have a car. I walked here in the snow wearing boots that aren't mine. If you're reading this and you see a listing on Airbnb for a secluded historic manor in the Blackwoods with a host named Mrs. Gable, do not book it. Do not even look at the photos. The photos are a lie, but not in the way you think. The photos show the house as it wants to be seen. They don't show what it keeps in the walls. My name is Sarah. I'm a freelance photographer, or I was. I specialize in architectural photography, abandoned places, ruins, the kind of decay porn that gets likes on Instagram. I was broke, my camera gear was pawned, and I needed a gig. When I got the email from a private client offering me $5,000 to document a family estate before it was demolished, I jumped at it. The client, a lawyer named Mr. Sterling, was vague. "The house has history," he said on the phone. His voice was tinny, like he was speaking from inside a metal box. "The family wants a record of it, every room, every corner, but you must do it at night. The lighting is specific." "At night?" I asked. "Yes, the house wakes up at night. The architecture changes with the shadows. It's an aesthetic choice." I agreed. I rented a car, bought back my camera, and drove north. The house was located at the end of a long, overgrown driveway that wound through a forest of dead birch trees. They looked like white bones sticking out of the earth. The house itself was a monstrosity. It was Victorian, but wrong. The angles were too sharp. The windows were too narrow, like squinting eyes. It was painted a color that might have been blue once, but had rotted into a bruised purple. Mr. Sterling wasn't there. He had left a key under the mat, a heavy iron key that felt cold enough to burn my skin. I unlocked the door and stepped inside. The smell hit me first. It wasn't mold or dust. It smelled like dried flowers and old perfume, masking something underneath, something like raw meat left in the sun. The interior was pristine, dust-free. The furniture was draped in white sheets. The mirrors were covered with black cloth. I set up my gear in the foyer. It was 8 p.m. The sun was setting, casting long, bloody shadows across the floorboards. I started shooting. Click, flash, whir. The first hour was normal. I moved from room to room, the library, the dining hall, the parlor. The house was beautiful in a grotesque way. The wallpaper was patterned with intricate vines that looked like arteries. The chandeliers were made of crystal drops that resembled tears. But as midnight approached, the house changed. I was in the kitchen. It was a large tiled room with a massive cast iron stove. I was setting up my tripod to capture the stove when I heard it. Clink. It sounded like silverware hitting a plate. I froze. Hello? Silence. I looked around. The kitchen was empty. The drawers were closed. Clink. Scrape. It came from the dining room, the room I had just left. I grabbed my tripod, wielding it like a club, and walked slowly to the dining room doorway. The room was dark. My flashlight beam cut through the gloom. The table, which had been empty 10 minutes ago, was set. There were 4 place settings: fine china, crystal goblets, silver cutlery arranged perfectly, and in the center of the table there was a roast, a steaming hot roast beef, oozing red juices onto a silver platter. My breath caught in my throat. I was alone. I had locked the door. I walked closer. The heat from the meat hit my face. It was real. I raised my camera. I had to document this. Click. The flash illuminated the room for a split second. In that split second, I saw them. Seated at the 4 chairs were figures. They were translucent, like smoke caught in glass. A man, a woman, and 2 children. They were dressed in clothes from the 1900s, but their faces were blurred, smudged, like someone had taken an eraser to a pencil drawing. Where their eyes and mouths should be, there was just smooth gray skin. The flash died. Darkness returned. I shined my flashlight at the chairs. Empty. The food was still there. I backed away, my heart hammering against my ribs. "Okay," I whispered. "Prank. Someone is messing with me." I turned to run to the front door. It was gone. Where the front door had been, there was now a wall, a solid wall covered in the artery-patterned wallpaper. I touched it. It was cold and damp. It felt like skin. I ran to the windows. They were shuttered from the outside. I tried to lift the sash, painted shut. I smashed the glass with my tripod. Behind the glass there was no outside. There were bricks, a solid wall of bricks. I was sealed in. Then the whispering started. It came from the vents, from the floorboards, from the walls themselves. She sees us. She sees the dinner. Does she want a plate? She looks hungry. I ran up the stairs. Why? I don't know. Instinct. High ground. I barricaded myself in the master bedroom. It had a heavy oak door with a bolt lock. I slid the bolt home and pushed a dresser in front of it. I sat on the bed, shaking. I checked my photos on the camera's display screen. The photo of the dining room. In the picture, the chairs were empty, but the roast beef wasn't meat. It was a human head, a severed gray head on a platter, and it was screaming. I dropped the camera. It hit the floor and the lens shattered. I huddled in the corner. This isn't real. This isn't real. Knock, knock, knock. 3 polite taps on the bedroom door. "Room service," a voice called. It was a cheerful sing-song voice, a maid's voice. "Go away," I screamed. "But you didn't finish your dinner, miss," the voice said. "The master is offended." The doorknob rattled, slowly, then violently. The heavy dresser began to slide across the floor. Something with immense strength was pushing the door open. I looked around the room. There was a fireplace, a chimney. It was my only way out. I grabbed the fire poker and ran to the hearth. I looked up. It was dark, narrow, and smelled of soot. The bedroom door splintered. A hand reached through. It was gray, elongated, with fingers that had too many joints. I climbed into the fireplace. I pulled myself up onto the smoke shelf. I heard the door smash open. I heard heavy, wet footsteps enter the room. "Where is the little mouse?" a deep, guttural voice growled. "She went up the chimney, sir," the maid's voice giggled. "Smoke her out," the deep voice said. I heard the strike of a match, then the whoosh of flames. Heat surged up the chimney, smoke billowed around me. I coughed, my eyes burning. I climbed. I clawed at the rough bricks, tearing my fingernails. The heat was scorching the soles of my boots. I climbed until I saw stars. I pulled myself out onto the roof. I collapsed on the cold slate tiles, gasping for air. The smoke poured out of the chimney next to me, thick and black. I looked down. It was a 30-foot drop to the ground. But the ground was moving. The lawn wasn't grass, it was a sea of hands. Thousands of gray, spectral hands reaching up from the earth, grasping at the air. "Jump," they whispered. "Join us." I looked around the roof. There was a trellis on the side of the house, covered in dead vines. I crawled to it. I swung my legs over the edge. As I climbed down, I looked into the windows on the second floor. In every window, a face was watching me. The smudged faces, the eraser people, they were pressing against the glass, their featureless heads tracking my movement. And behind them, in the hallway, stood a tall shadow. It wore a top hat. It held a silver platter. I reached the ground. The spectral hands grabbed at my boots, but they were weak, misty. I kicked through them. I ran to my car. I fumbled for my keys. They were gone. I must have dropped them inside. I looked at the car. The tires were slashed, all 4 of them, and on the hood, scratched into the paint, were words, "Stay for dessert." I didn't stop. I ran into the woods. I ran until my lungs burned. I ran until the sun came up. I found a road. A truck driver picked me up. He didn't ask questions about the soot or the blood or the fact that I was crying hysterically. He dropped me off here in Duluth. I went to the police. I told them everything. They looked up the address I gave them. "Ma'am," the officer said gently, "there is no house at that location. That's the old Blackwood fire zone. A manor burned down there in 1922. Killed the whole family. They say the father went mad and poisoned them at dinner before setting the place alight." "I was there," I insisted. "I have photos." I reached for my camera bag. It was empty. The camera was gone. I had dropped it in the bedroom, but I found something else in the bag, a silver fork. It was heavy, tarnished antique silver, and engraved on the handle was a name, Sterling, the lawyer, the client. He wasn't a lawyer, he was one of them. I left the station. I pawned the fork for cash. That's how I'm surviving. But here is why I'm writing this. Here is why I am terrified. Yesterday, I bought a disposable camera to take photos for a new job listing I found. Landscape work, safe work. I developed a film at a 1-hour photo lab. The first 12 photos were just trees and lakes. But the last photo, I didn't take the last photo. It shows me, sleeping. In the motel room I stayed in last night, I'm asleep in the bed. And standing over me, looking down at my face, are the 4 smudged figures, the family, and in the corner of the room, reflected in the mirror, is the tall shadow with the top hat. He is holding a silver platter, and on the platter there is a camera lens. My broken camera lens. They followed me. They are not bound to the house. The house is just where they eat. And they are still hungry. I am leaving this laptop here. I am leaving this town. I don't know where I'm going. Somewhere crowded, somewhere bright. But I know it won't matter, because just now, as I was typing this, the librarian walked by. She smiled at me, but for a split second her face blurred. Her eyes and mouth disappeared, leaving only smooth gray skin. And she whispered, in a voice that sounded like silverware on a plate, "Dinner is served." And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. The Holloway house tenant. The ad was too good to be true. Charming fixer-upper room available immediately. Very low rent. Utilities included. Serious inquiries only. Cash preferred. Below it, a grainy photo showed a 2-story Victorian house, paint peeling like sunburnt skin, but with a certain skeletal dignity. It was the very low rent that hooked me. After losing my job at the graphic design firm and burning through my meager savings on a leaky studio apartment downtown, desperation had eroded my common sense. The landlord, a gaunt man named Mr. Armitage, who smelled faintly of mothballs and damp earth, showed me the place on a Tuesday afternoon thick with the promise of rain. He didn't offer a lease, just a handshake and a key taped to a crumpled receipt for $150 cash. "Rules are simple," he'd rasped, his eyes avoiding mine as he jingled a heavy ring of keys. "You stay in your room, the front left on the second floor. Kitchen shared, but you'll likely have it to yourself. The rest of the house, well, it's not safe. Floors are rotten in places. Stairs to the third floor are completely shot. Don't go poking around. Place has history, bad history. But the room's sound, dry. You'll be fine." He'd paused at the base of the stairs, his shadow stretching long and distorted in the weak light filtering through the grimy front window. "Just keep to yourself. And if you hear things, well, old houses settle. Pipes groan, rats scratch, pay it no mind." He'd vanished into the street fog before I could ask what kind of bad history a house could have. Moving in that evening felt like stepping into a sepia photograph. The air inside was cold, thick, and carried the pervasive scent of mildew, dry rot, and something else. A faint, metallic tang, like old pennies left in a damp drawer. Dust motes danced in the beams of my phone flashlight as I dragged my single suitcase up the narrow, creaking staircase. The banister was loose in places, groaning under my grip. My room was exactly as shown in the blurry photo. A small space dominated by a brass bed frame with a thin, lumpy mattress. Faded floral wallpaper curled away from the damp plaster walls in long, sad ribbons. A single, bare bulb hung from the ceiling, casting harsh shadows that made the corners seem deeper, darker. The window, covered by threadbare velvet curtains, looked out onto a tangled, overgrown backyard choked with skeletal bushes and the hulking silhouette of a dead oak tree. The only other furniture was a wobbly wooden chair and a small dresser missing one drawer pull. It was bleak. It was cheap. It was mine. The first night was a symphony of unfamiliar sounds. The old house creaked and popped like cooling slag as the temperature dropped outside. The wind, picking up as the promised rain began to patter against the window pane, whistled faintly through unseen gaps around the window frame. I lay rigid on the mattress, the thin blanket pulled up to my chin, listening. There were scuttling noises inside the walls. Mice, I told myself firmly, just mice. The radiator beneath the window, though cold to the touch, emitted a low, rhythmic clanking, like distant, slow footsteps pacing a hallway. Thump! Clank! Thump! Clank! It was unnerving, but explicable. Old pipes, settling wood. I replayed Mr. Armitage's words. Old houses settle, pipes groan, rats scratch. I repeated it like a mantra until exhaustion finally dragged me into a fitful sleep, punctuated by dreams of falling through rotten floorboards. The next day, the silence was almost worse. The house felt watchful. Sunlight struggled through the grimy window, illuminating dust swirling in the still air. I ventured downstairs to use the kitchen, a cramped, outdated space with cracked linoleum and a sink stained rust brown. The silence there was profound, broken only by the drip of a leaky faucet. I made tea on a small hot plate I'd brought, the hiss of the burner unnaturally loud. As I sipped, I noticed something on the floor near the back door, a single muddy footprint. It was large, booted, and definitely not mine. My sneakers were clean. I stared at it, a cold prickle starting at the base of my spine. Mr. Armitage lived miles away, he'd said. Who else had keys? I checked the deadbolt on the back door. It was firmly locked from the inside. The front door, when I peered down the hall, was also locked. I scrubbed the footprint away with a rag, my hands trembling slightly. It was already here when I arrived. Armitage must have tracked it in yesterday. The explanation felt flimsy, but it was all I had. That afternoon, trying to make the room feel less like a tomb, I unpacked my few books and placed them on the dresser. I also set out a small framed photo of my parents on the windowsill. Later, after a trip to the corner store for groceries, I found the photo lying face down on the floor. I was certain I'd left it upright. I righted it, my mouth dry. Draft? I checked the window. It was latched shut. The heavy velvet curtains hung perfectly still. I spent the rest of the day exploring the immediate vicinity of the house, trying to shake the unease. The neighborhood was quiet, mostly older homes in varying states of repair. An elderly woman tending roses next door eyed me cautiously when I waved. "You're the new tenant at the Holloway place?" she asked, her voice raspy. I nodded. "Be careful in there, dear," she said, lowering her voice. "That house, it doesn't like strangers. Bad things happened there, long time ago, but the air never cleared." Before I could ask what she meant, she'd retreated inside her own immaculate cottage, closing the door firmly. Night 2 began like the first, but the sounds were different. The settling groans were fewer. Instead, a new sound emerged from the hallway outside my locked room. A slow, deliberate dragging. Like something heavy being pulled across the bare wooden floorboards. Scrape, pause. Scrape, pause. It started near the top of the stairs and moved slowly down the hall towards my door. My heart hammered against my ribs. I held my breath, straining to hear over the blood rushing in my ears. The dragging stopped right outside my door. Silence. Thick, heavy silence. Then a soft, rhythmic tapping on the wood just below the knob. Not knocking, tapping. Tap, 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 tap. Like fingernails or claws. I squeezed my eyes shut, pulling the blanket over my head, trembling. It's the wind in the eaves, its branches on the window. But the window was silent. The tapping continued for a full minute before stopping abruptly. The dragging sound resumed, moving slowly back down the hall and down the stairs. I didn't sleep. I sat hunched on the edge of the bed, back pressed against the cold wall, a kitchen knife clutched in my sweaty hand, staring at the door until the gray light of dawn seeped around the curtains. Day 3 was a blur of exhaustion and heightened paranoia. I called Mr. Armitage repeatedly. No answer. His number just rang and rang, clicking over to a static-filled voicemail. I considered packing and leaving, but the thought of where I'd go, a shelter maybe, or sleeping in my ancient Honda Civic, paralyzed me. $150 a month was impossible to find anywhere else in this city. I rationalized the sounds. Old houses were noisy. Footprints could be from previous tenants or Armitage himself. The photo falling, a draft I couldn't feel, the dragging and tapping, pipes, wind, imagination fueled by the old woman's warning. I needed proof it was just my fraying nerves. That afternoon, I did something stupid. I went downstairs and rummaged in the kitchen junk drawer till I found a stub of pencil and a torn piece of brown paper bag. I wedged the paper tightly under my bedroom door, the pencil balanced precariously on top of it like a crude alarm. If the door opened even a fraction, the pencil would fall, waking me. A child's trick, but it was all I had. The night was still, no dragging, no tapping, just the familiar creaks and the persistent drip, drip, drip from the kitchen faucet I hadn't been able to fully silence. I almost relaxed. Almost. Then, around 3 a.m., the dripping stopped. The sudden silence was louder than the noise. I lay frozen, listening. A new sound began. From the inside of my room, a soft, wet, slithering sound, like something heavy and moist being pulled slowly across the floorboards. It came from the direction of the closet, a small, shallow space with no door, just a curtain of cobwebs. The slithering stopped near the foot of my bed. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. My eyes strained in the near-total darkness. Then a sound that froze the blood in my veins. A low, guttural whisper, so close it seemed to brush against my ear. It wasn't words, not exactly. It was a wet, bubbling exhalation that shaped syllables with a wet, rattling tongue. Stay. It lingered on the word, thick with a hunger that had nothing to do with food. Warm. Another wet pause. Warm. The slithering sound resumed, moving slowly around the side of the bed, towards the headboard, where I lay paralyzed. I felt the mattress dip slightly, as if an immense, unseen weight had settled on the edge near my pillow. The smell hit me then, the metallic tang from the hallway, now overwhelming, mixed with the reek of stagnant water and decay, like something dredged from a deep, muddy river. It filled my nostrils, thick and cloying. A cold, damp pressure brushed against my ankle beneath the blanket. I choked back a sob, biting my lip until I tasted copper. The whisper came again, directly above me now, the breath hitting my cheek like a fetid breeze. Don't go. It sighed, a sound of profound, possessive longing. Mine, now. The cold pressure slid up my calf. I squeezed my eyes shut, tears streaming down my temples into my hair. It's not real. It's a nightmare. Wake up, wake up. But the cold, wet touch was undeniably real on my skin. The smell choked me. The whisper vibrated in my bones. With a sob tearing from my throat, I lashed out blindly with the knife I still clutched, swinging it wildly toward the source of the breath. My arm met only empty air. The pressure vanished instantly. The smell dissipated as if a window had been thrown open. The slithering sound retreated rapidly back towards the closet, then faded into silence. I lay there shaking violently, the knife still raised, gasping for clean air. Dawn came slowly, gray and unwelcome. I didn't check the closet. I didn't move from the bed till the light was strong enough to banish the deepest shadows. The pencil alarm was still perfectly balanced on the paper wedge under my door, undisturbed. No one had come in. It was already here. I spent the day in a daze, jumping at every creak. I tried Mr. Armitage again, straight to voicemail. I went to the neighbor's house, pounding on the door. No answer. The little cottage was locked up tight, curtains drawn. Panic, cold and sharp, began to override my fear. I packed my suitcase frantically, throwing clothes in haphazardly. I had to leave now. As I zipped the bag, I noticed the framed photo of my parents on the windowsill. It was facing the wall again. I hadn't touched it. I snatched it up, stuffing it into my bag, my hand shaking so badly I almost dropped it. I grabbed my keys, the knife still clutched in my other hand, and fled the room. The hallway outside was dim, the only light coming from the grimy window at the end of the hall. The air was colder here, smelling faintly of dust, and that underlying metallic tang. I hurried towards the stairs, my suitcase banging against my leg. Halfway down the first flight, I stopped dead. At the bottom of the stairs, sitting on the bottom step, was a pair of muddy boots. Large work boots, crusted with dark, wet earth. They were arranged neatly, toes pointing towards the front door, as if someone had just taken them off. They hadn't been there yesterday, or this morning. My breath hitched. I looked up the stairs behind me. Nothing but shadowed gloom leading to the second floor. I looked down at the boots. The earth on them looked fresh, glistening slightly in the weak light. Where had they come from? Who were they for? The rational part of my brain screamed, "Run!" But a deeper, colder part, the part that had heard the wet whisper in the dark, rooted me to the spot. The house held its breath. The only sound was the faint, rhythmic drip, drip, drip from the kitchen faucet, echoing up the stairwell like a slow, steady heartbeat. I forced my legs to move, stepping carefully around the boots, my eyes never leaving them. I reached the bottom of the stairs. The front door was 10 feet away. Freedom! I could see the weak daylight through the beveled glass pane. I took another step, then another. My hand reached for the cold brass knob. As my fingers brushed the metal, a sound stopped me cold. Not from behind, not from above, from inside, the wall beside me. A slow, wet scratching. Not mice. Deliberate, methodical. Scratch, scratch, scratch. Like fingernails, long broken fingernails, dragging slowly down the inside of the plaster. It moved downwards parallel to my own descent, stopping just as my hand closed on the doorknob. Silence. Then a soft, wet thump against the other side of the wall panel, right at head height, as if something heavy had leaned against it, waiting, breathing. I yanked the door open, stumbling out onto the rickety porch, suitcase banging against my shin. I didn't look back. I ran down the overgrown path to the street, gravel crunching under my sneakers, the knife still gripped white-knuckled in my hand. I didn't stop running until I reached the bright, noisy intersection 3 blocks away, gasping for air under the harsh glare of a streetlight. I called a cab from a bodega, my voice trembling, as I gave the driver an address for a 24-hour diner downtown. As the cab pulled away, I looked back at the Holloway house. It stood dark and silent against the twilight sky, its windows like empty, watching eyes. On the second floor, in the window of my room, the heavy velvet curtains were slightly parted, just a fraction, as if someone or something had been standing there watching me flee. The cab turned a corner, and the house vanished from view. I sat back, trembling, the cheap plastic seat cold beneath me. I was safe, for now. But as the city lights blurred past the window, the wet, bubbling whisper echoed in the hollow silence of the cab. Mine? Now. I clutched the knife tighter, the metal cold against my palm. The $150 rent was a bargain. The cost of staying was unthinkable. But as the cab carried me away, a single horrifying thought cut through the relief. I'd left the key on the kitchen counter, and something in that house knew where I lived. It knew my warmth. It knew I'd be back, because where else did I have to go? The whisper wasn't just in the dark anymore, it was inside my head. And the dragging sound, I could almost hear it again, faint but persistent, keeping time with the rhythmic thump of the cab's tires on the pavement. Scrape, pause, scrape, pause. Following me, always following. I'm not alone. I haven't been since I turned the key in that rusted lock. It's not just the house that's hollow, it's waiting, and it's patient. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. I accepted a contract to restore a remote mountain monastery. The damage to the walls is coming from the inside. I am a master mason. It is a dying trade, I know. In a world of poured concrete, steel girders, and 3D printed prefabs, there aren't many of us left who know how to read the grain of limestone, how to mix lime mortar that can breathe with the seasons, or how to chisel a flying buttress so that it holds the weight of a roof for 1,000 years. I spent the last decade restoring Gothic revivals in New England and patching up crumbling aqueducts in Italy. I like the stone. Stone is honest. It doesn't lie to you. If it's weak, it cracks. If it's strong, it stands. Or so I thought. My business, Caldwell Restoration, was failing. The contracts were drying up, and my debts were mounting. So when the letter arrived by courier, heavy cream paper, wax seal, the whole archaic 9 yards, I didn't throw it out. The offer was from a law firm in Zurich representing a private trust, the Order of St. Valerius. They needed a restoration specialist for a monastery located in the High Alps near the Austrian border. The pay was exorbitant, enough to clear my debts, buy a new house, and retire. The job description was vague. Structural reinforcement of the primary sanctuary, repair of water damage, stabilization of the crypts. I took the job. I packed my tools, my chisels, my mallets, my pointers, and my trowels, and flew to Zurich. A helicopter took me the rest of the way. The pilot, a man named Hans who chewed unlit cigars, didn't talk much. We flew over peaks that looked like jagged teeth biting into the gray sky. The air grew thinner, the snow grew deeper. When the monastery finally came into view, my breath caught in my throat. It wasn't built on the mountain, it was carved out of it. It was a massive, brooding structure of black basalt, merging seamlessly with the cliff face. It looked less like a place of worship and more like a fortress or prison. There were no roads leading to it, just a helipad on a jutting spur of rock. "I pick you up in 3 months," Hans shouted over the rotor wash as I unloaded my crates. "Radio if you die." "If I die?" I yelled back. He didn't smile. He just banked the chopper and dropped into the valley, leaving me in a silence so profound it made my ears ring. I was met at the massive iron doors by the caretaker, Father Thomas. He was the only person there. He was a small, bird-like man in a tattered cassock, his hand shaking constantly as if vibrating with a low-voltage current. "Mr. Caldwell," he whispered, "you're here. Good. The walls. The walls are thirsty." I ignored the odd comment. Religious types often spoke in metaphors. "I'm here to work, Father. Show me the damage." He led me inside. The interior was freezing. The air smelled of incense, ozone, and something metallic like copper coins. There were no pews in the sanctuary, just a vast, empty floor of polished obsidian. The stained glass windows were blocked up with heavy stone slabs, letting in zero light. The only illumination came from flickering electric sconces spaced 50 feet apart. "The damage is in the apse," Father Thomas said, leading me toward the front of the church. "And the crypts?" We reached the main altar. Behind it, the great curved wall of the apse rose 50 feet to the vaulted ceiling. I shone my flashlight on the wall. I have seen structural damage. I have seen walls blown out by cannons, crumbled by earthquakes, and rotted by water. This was different. The stone blocks, massive 2-ton blocks of granite, were pushed outward. From the outside, the wall looked solid. But here, from the inside, the blocks were bulging into the sanctuary. The mortar was pulverized, dusting the floor in white powder. "It looks like the mountain is shifting," I said, running my hand over a crack that was 3 inches wide. "Pressure from the rock face behind it." "No," Father Thomas said softly. "There is no mountain behind this wall. There is a void, the reliquary." "A void? Then what pushed the stones in?" He looked at me with watery, terrified eyes. "Nothing pushed them in, Mr. Caldwell. Something is pushing them out." He turned and walked away. "I stay in the bell tower. The rectory is yours. Do not go into the crypts after sunset, and do not listen to the choir." "What choir? You're the only one here." He didn't answer. I spent the first week setting up scaffolding. It was grueling work. The air was thin, and I tired easily. I set up my lights, my mixing station, and my winch. I started examining the masonry in detail. The craftsmanship was ancient, easily 12th century. But the mortar was strange. It was pinkish. I took a sample and analyzed it under my field microscope. It wasn't lime and sand. It was lime and bone, crushed bone, and something that looked like dried blood. "Binding agents," I muttered to myself. "Old superstition makes the wall holy." I started removing the damaged mortar. My plan was to inject an epoxy resin to stabilize the blocks, then repoint them with a modern high-strength mix. On the 4th day, I found the first anomaly. I was 20 feet up on the scaffold, chiseling out a joint between 2 massive blocks. My chisel hit something soft. Usually, when you hit a void in mortar, it feels hollow. This felt squishy. I pulled the chisel out. The tip was coated in a thick black fluid. It looked like tar, but it smelled like spoiled meat. I shone my light into the crack. Deep inside the wall, in the space between the stones, something was moving. It looked like hair. Thick, black, wet strands of hair matted together, shifting sluggishly in the draft. I recoiled, nearly falling off the scaffold. "Rats," I told myself. "A nest." I sprayed a can of expanding foam into the crack. "That'll hold you." That night, I slept in the rectory. It was a stone building adjacent to the main church. I had a small cot, a hot plate, and a bottle of whiskey. At 2 a.m., I woke up. I heard singing. It was coming from the sanctuary. It was a Gregorian chant, low, polyphonic, beautiful. A dozen male voices harmonizing in perfect Latin. Agmenus, corpus, dominus, silentium. I sat up. Father Thomas must have put on a record, or maybe he had guests. I put on my boots and walked across the courtyard to church. The snow was falling heavily, muffling my footsteps. The great iron doors were unlocked. I pushed one open, just a crack. The sanctuary was dark, save for my work lights illuminating the scaffolding in the distance. The singing was louder here. It vibrated in my chest. I looked around. Father Thomas? The church was empty. I walked toward the altar. The singing wasn't coming from speakers. It was coming from the walls. I put my ear against a cold stone of the nave. The vibration was intense. The stone was conducting the sound. It was coming from below, from the Ashar crypts. I walked to the heavy iron grate that covered the stairs to the undercroft. The sound was deafening here. It wasn't just singing anymore. It was screaming. The chant had devolved. The beautiful harmonies were breaking down into jagged, discordant shrieks that layered over each other. Let us out. The stone burns. The mortar is salt. I backed away. I ran back to the rectory and locked the door. I drank half the bottle of whiskey and passed out. The next morning, Father Thomas was waiting for me by the scaffolding. He looked even more haggard than before. "You heard it," he said. It wasn't a question. "Who is down there?" I demanded. "Is there a monk order living in the caves?" "No one lives in the caves," Thomas said. "The crypts are sealed. They have been sealed for 400 years. "Then what is that noise?" "It is the pressure," Thomas said. "Sound is energy. If you trap enough suffering in a box, it becomes a frequency. The frequency pushes against the stone. That is why the walls are bulging, Mr. Caldwell. The sound is trying to escape. That's physically impossible." "Is it? Look at your work." He pointed to the patch I had repaired yesterday, the spot where I had sprayed the foam. The foam was gone. The stone blocks I had stabilized were pushed out another inch. The mortar was wet. I climbed the scaffold. I looked at the joint. The black, taro-like substance was oozing out, and embedded in the ooze were teeth, human teeth, molars, canines, pushed out of the crack like gravel. "The wall is rejecting the repair," Thomas said from the ground. "You cannot use foam. You cannot use epoxy. You must use the old mix." "The bone mix?" "Yes, and the blood. It must be consecrated, or the wall will fall. I'm not killing anyone to fix a wall, Father." "We have supplies," he said grimly, "in the freezer." I should have left then. I should have hiked down the mountain, but I'm stubborn, and I wanted the money, and God help me, I was fascinated. I'd decided to investigate the void behind the wall. The plan showed a reliquary, but no door access. If the pressure was coming from inside, I needed to vent it. I'm an engineer at heart. If a boiler has too much pressure, you open a valve. I took my diamond-tipped core drill. It's a massive machine used to bore holes through concrete for pipes. "I'm going to drill a relief shaft," I told Thomas, "through the center of the apse, into the void. We equalize the pressure." Thomas looked horrified. "You must not pierce the veil. If you make a hole, they will pour out." "It's just air, Father, stale air." I set up the rig. I anchored it to the floor. I aimed the drill bit, a 4-inch cylinder of industrial diamonds, at the center of the bulging wall. I turned it on. The scream of the drill was deafening, drowning out the phantom choir. The bit chewed into the granite. Dust flew. I drilled for an hour. I went 3 feet deep. Then the resistance on the drill changed. It punched through into empty space. I cut the power. Silence. Then a sound came from the hole. Ah! It was the sound of a massive inhalation, as if the room beyond had been in a vacuum for centuries and was now sucking in the air from the sanctuary. The suction was incredible. My dust sheets were ripped off the floor and sucked against the hole. The flame on Father Thomas's candle was pulled horizontal. Then it stopped, and the smell hit us. It wasn't rot, it wasn't death, it was perfume, a sickeningly sweet floral scent, lilies, roses, and ozone. "You've done it," Thomas whispered, falling to his knees. "You've given it a mouth." From the hole I had drilled, a finger emerged. It was long, pale, jointless. It wiggled, testing the air, then another finger, then a hand. The hand grasped the edge of the hole. The stone, the solid granite that had broken my drill bits, began to crumble under the grip of those pale fingers. The stone turned to gray dust, expanding the hole. I grabbed a sledgehammer. "Get back!" I swung at the hand. The hammer connected. It felt like hitting a tire. Bouncy, resilient. The hand didn't break. It grabbed the hammerhead. I tried to pull back. I couldn't. The strength was impossible. The hand pulled. I was dragged across the scaffold. "Help me," I yelled at Thomas. Thomas was praying. He wasn't looking at me. I let go of the hammer. It disappeared into the hole. Then an eye appeared at the widened aperture. It was the size of a dinner plate. It was gold, with a pupil that was a horizontal slit like a goat's. It looked at me, and I heard the voice, not in my ears but in the center of my brain. The mason, the builder. "You have come to make us new." I scrambled down the scaffold. I hit the floor running. "We have to go." I grabbed Thomas by his collar and dragged him. "It is too late," Thomas wept. "The integrity is compromised." We ran to the heavy doors. I pushed them open. The blizzard outside had stopped, but the sky wasn't dark. It was green, an aurora swirling directly above the monastery, and standing in the snow surrounding the church were statues. The garden statues, the saints, the gargoyles I had seen on the roof. They were all standing in a semicircle facing the door. They had moved, and they were looking at us. "They are the wardens," Thomas said. "They don't keep things out. They keep things in, and now that you broke the seal, they are failing." One of the stone saints, a St. Peter holding keys, took a step forward. The sound of stone grinding on stone echoed through the valley. Crunch. His face was blank, but his stone arm raised, pointing at me. "Fix it!" The voice in my head screamed. "Seal it!" I looked back at the sanctuary. The wall was collapsing, not falling down, but dissolving. The pale, fleshy substance was pushing through, expanding like a tumor. I realized then what the monastery was. It wasn't a building. It was a sarcophagus, a shell built around something that had fallen from the sky a long time ago, something that didn't follow the laws of physics. And I had just cracked the lid. "The mortar!" I shouted at Thomas. "Where is the freezer?" We ran to the rectory basement. There was an industrial meat locker there. Inside were buckets, red buckets. I didn't ask where they came from. I grabbed two. We ran back to the church. The entity had pushed halfway into the sanctuary. It was a mass of pale, writhing limbs and golden eyes. It was singing now. The choir was coming from its many mouths. Gloria in excelsis Deo. It was mocking us. I climbed the scaffold. The creature swiped at me with a tentacle made of what looked like human intestines. I dodged. I reached the hole. The creature was squeezing through it. I needed to plug it. I poured the bucket of blood mortar into the mixing trough I had left on the platform. I grabbed my trowel. I didn't have stone blocks. I had nothing to plug the hole with. "Thomas," I yelled, "I need aggregate. I need rocks." There were no rocks on the scaffold. Thomas looked up at me. He looked at the creature. He looked at the statues closing in on the doors. "Aggregate," he whispered. He climbed the ladder. He stood next to me. "I am the keeper," he said. "I am the stone." Before I could stop him, he stepped off the platform. He didn't jump to the floor. He jumped into the hole, into the mass of writhing flesh. The creature shrieked. It recoiled. It didn't like the taste of him. For a second, it pulled back into the void. I didn't hesitate. It was instinct, masonry instinct. I shoveled the blood mortar into the hole, packing it in over Thomas's body. I packed it tight. I grabbed a loose stone block from the repair pile and slammed it into the wet mix. I channeled every ounce of strength I had. I sealed it. The screaming stopped. The singing stopped. The mortar set instantly. It hissed, turning from red to gray in seconds. I fell back onto the scaffold, gasping for air. The wall was silent. I climbed down. I walked to the doors. The statues were gone. They were back on their pedestals in the garden, back on the roof. I was alone. I spent the next 2 months finishing the job. I used the mix from the freezer. I didn't think about what it was. I just worked. I reinforced every crack. I sealed every joint. When the helicopter came back, I was 10 pounds lighter, and my hair had turned white. Hans landed the chopper. "You look like hell," he said. "Where is the priest?" "He retired," I said. "He's part of the foundation now." We flew away. I looked back at the monastery. It looked solid, impenetrable. But as we banked over the ridge, I saw something. On the roof of the church, the gargoyles. There were 12 of them when I arrived. Now there were 13. The new one was small, bird-like. It was wearing a tattered cassock carved from stone, and it was looking up at the helicopter. It was screaming. I got paid. I retired. I live in a house made of wood now, by the sea. But sometimes, when the wind is right, I can hear it in the timber, the singing, and I know that stone doesn't last forever. Even granite erodes. Someday the mortar will crumble, and the choir will sing again. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. I found my roommate's secret room. I need to write this down while it's still fresh in my mind. I'm sitting in a McDonald's parking lot right now because I can't go back to that apartment. I don't think I'll ever go back. Let me start from the beginning. 3 months ago, I moved to Portland for a new job. The apartment market was brutal, and I was running out of money from hotels, so when I saw a Craigslist ad for a room in a 2-bedroom apartment for only $400 a month, I jumped on it. The ad said the current tenant was looking for a quiet roommate who kept to themselves. That was perfect for me since I'm pretty introverted anyway. The guy's name was Marcus. When we met to look at the place, he seemed normal enough. He was maybe 35, tall, kinda skinny, with dark hair and the glasses. He worked from home doing something with computers. He told me the apartment was in his late grandmother's name, which is why the rent was so cheap. She'd passed away 2 years ago, but he'd kept paying the rent to the building management, and they never bothered to update the lease. The apartment itself was older, but clean. 2 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, a small kitchen, and living room. My room was tiny, but it had a window, and that was good enough for me. Marcus showed me around, told me the Wi-Fi password, said I could use anything in the kitchen. He had only 2 rules. Don't go in his bedroom, and don't make noise after 10 p.m. because he had to wake up early for work calls. Easy enough. I moved in that weekend. The first month was fine. Marcus and I barely saw each other. He spent most of his time in his room with the door closed. I'd hear him typing, occasionally talking on the phone in a low voice. Sometimes I'd hear other sounds, too. Moving furniture, something being dragged across the floor, weird thumping. But I figured he was just rearranging stuff or exercising or whatever. Not my business. He was tidy, always cleaned up after himself in the kitchen, never left. Messes in the bathroom. The perfect roommate, honestly. We'd exchange maybe 10 words a day. Morning. Hey. Have a good day. That was about it. But there were some weird things I noticed. First, Marcus never seemed to leave the apartment. I mean, never. I worked a regular 9-to-5 job, and every single morning when I left, his bedroom door was closed. Every single evening when I came home, his door was still closed. I never saw him go outside, not once. His car sat in the parking lot gathering dust. Second, he got a lot of deliveries. Amazon packages almost every day, sometimes multiple packages. But also grocery deliveries, restaurant deliveries, all kinds of stuff. It would get left outside our door, and he'd bring it in when I wasn't looking. I never actually saw him retrieve anything. Third, the smell. Every few days, there'd be this weird chemical smell coming from his room. Kind of like bleach, but not quite. It would last a few hours and then disappear. When I asked him about it once, he said he was cleaning. Seemed reasonable. The really weird stuff started about 6 weeks after I moved in. I came home from work one day, and Marcus's bedroom door was open. This had never happened before. I could see inside as I walked past, just a regular bedroom. Bed, desk, computer, some posters on the wall. Nothing strange. But then I noticed something odd about the room's dimensions. I'm not an architect or anything, but something seemed off. The room looked smaller from the inside than it should have been based on the building's layout. Like, if you looked at the apartment from outside, or even just thought about how the rooms connected, Marcus's bedroom should have been bigger. There was space missing. I didn't think too much about it at the time. Old buildings are weird, walls get built in strange places, whatever. But then I couldn't stop thinking about it. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about that room, about the space that didn't add up. Around 2 a.m., I got up to get water, and I noticed light coming from under Marcus's door. I could hear him moving around, that dragging sound again, and then silence. I went back to bed, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The next day at work, I couldn't focus. I kept thinking about the apartment layout, about where the missing space could be. When I got home, Marcus's door was closed as usual. I made dinner, watched some TV, tried to act normal. But around 11 p.m., I heard Marcus leave his room and go into the bathroom. I heard the shower start, and I did something I'm not proud of. I went to his bedroom door and tried the handle. It was unlocked. I knew I shouldn't. I knew it was a huge violation of privacy and crossing every boundary. But my hand was already turning the knob, and I was already pushing the door open. The room looked the same as before. Bed, desk, computer. But now I was looking for something specific. I walked around the room, checking the walls, and that's when I found it. On the wall behind his desk, there was a poster of some movie I didn't recognize, but when I touched the wall around it, I could feel a draft of air. I pulled the poster aside and found a door. Not a regular door, more like a small hatch, maybe 3 feet tall and 2 feet wide. It was painted the same color as the wall, almost invisible if you weren't looking for it. My heart was pounding. I could still hear the shower running. I knew I had maybe 5 more minutes before Marcus came back. I opened the hatch. Behind it was darkness and a smell, that chemical smell, but stronger. I turned on my phone flashlight and looked inside. It was a room, a hidden room, maybe 10 feet by 10 feet, with a low ceiling. I had to crouch to fit through the hatch. The room was full of stuff. And by stuff, I mean disturbing stuff. There were photographs covering every wall, hundreds of them. They were all of people, different people, all ages, all types. But they weren't normal photos. They were surveillance photos, pictures of people walking down the street, sitting in cafes, getting into their cars, pictures taken through windows, pictures of people sleeping. In the corner was a desk with 3 computer monitors. They were all on, showing what looked like security camera feeds. I recognized some of the locations. They were around our neighborhood. The coffee shop on the corner, the bus stop 2 blocks away, the parking lot of our building. There were filing cabinets against one wall. I opened one and found folders, each labeled with a name and date. I pulled out a random one. Inside were more photos of a woman I didn't recognize, along with printed documents. What looked like her work schedule, her home address, her daily routine, all written out in detail. There were pages and pages of notes about her life. I felt sick. I opened another cabinet. This one had different stuff. There were driver's licenses, credit cards, keys, all sorts of personal items that clearly belonged to other people. Everything was organized in plastic bags with labels. The shower had stopped. Panic hit me. I ducked back through the hatch, pulled the poster back in place, and got out of Marcus's room as quickly and quietly as I could. I made it back to my room and closed the door just as I heard the bathroom door open. I sat on my bed, shaking. My mind was racing. What the hell had I just seen? Was Marcus stalking people? Was he stealing from them? What was he doing with all that information? I didn't sleep that night. I kept my door locked and a chair pushed against it. Every sound from the apartment made me jump. In the morning, I called in sick to work. I needed to figure out what to do. Should I call the police? But what would I say? That I broke into my roommate's room and found a hidden room full of creepy stuff? Would they even believe me? And I'd been living here for weeks. Would they think I was involved somehow? I decided to gather evidence first. I waited until I heard Marcus in the bathroom. Then I snuck into his room with my phone and took photos of everything. The hatch, the hidden room, the walls of photographs, the filing cabinets, everything. But when I tried to leave, I heard footsteps. Marcus was coming back. I barely had time to get out of the hidden room and close the hatch before his bedroom door opened. I was still crouched behind his desk when he walked in. We made eye contact. For a few seconds, neither of us moved. His face was completely blank, expressionless. Then he smiled. "I was wondering when you'd find it," he said calmly. I stood up slowly. "Marcus, I can explain." "No need." He closed the bedroom door behind him. You were curious. That's natural. Most people would have found it eventually. Who are all those people in the photos? Projects, he said like it was the most normal thing in the world. I study people, their patterns, their routines, their habits. It's fascinating, really, how predictable humans are. That's not studying, that's stalking. That's illegal. He shrugged. Is it? I'm not threatening anyone. I'm not making contact. I'm just observing, taking notes. Sometimes I like to see how close I can get to someone without them noticing. It's a game. You have their personal belongings, their IDs, their credit cards. Borrowed. I always put them back eventually. Most people don't even notice they're gone. I was trying to edge toward the door, but he was blocking it. He seemed to notice and took a step to the side, gesturing for me to leave. You can go if you want, he said. I'm not going to stop you. But think about what you're going to do. If you call the police, they'll want to know why you were in my room. They'll ask questions about how long you've known, why you didn't report it earlier. And technically, I haven't broken any major laws. Trespassing, maybe. Petty theft. They'll give me a slap on the wrist, and then I'll be right back here. You're insane. No, I'm thorough. There's a difference. He sat down at his desk. I've been doing this for 8 years. I'm very good at it. I cover my tracks. And I'm very careful about choosing the roommates who won't cause problems. That's when it clicked. You chose me specifically. You knew I'd keep to myself. Of course, you were perfect, quiet, introverted, working long hours, no local friends or family to visit. You barely exist outside of this apartment and your job, the ideal roommate. How did you know all that about me? He smiled wider. The same way I know everything about everyone, research. I felt my stomach drop. You were watching me. Before I moved in. I watch everyone. It's what I do. He turned to his computer and pulled up a folder. My name was on it. I have your whole life documented. Where you work, where you shop, what time you go to bed. I know you call your mother every Sunday at 6 p.m. I know you order Thai food every Friday. I know you're afraid of dogs because of something that happened when you were 7. How could you possibly know that? You'd be amazed what you can learn from social media, public records, and a good telephoto lens. People share their entire lives online. You just have to know where to look. I finally made it to the door and pulled it open. You need help. Serious psychological help. Maybe, but I'm happy. Are you happy? He didn't wait for an answer. You should pack your things. I don't think this living situation is going to work out anymore. I went to my room and started throwing clothes into a bag. My hands were shaking so badly I kept dropping things. I could hear Marcus moving around in his room, that dragging sound again. I didn't want to know what he was doing. I grabbed my laptop, my important documents, anything I absolutely needed. The rest could stay. I wasn't coming back for it. As I was leaving, Marcus came out of his room. He was holding something, a folder with my name on it. Here, he said, handing it to me. Something to remember me by. I didn't want to take it, but morbid curiosity made me grab it. What is this? Your file. Everything I collected about you, consider it a gift. Most people never get to see themselves the way I see them. I looked inside. There were photos of me from the past 3 months, walking to my car, sitting in coffee shops, standing in line at the grocery store. There were printouts of my social media posts, my work schedule, maps of my daily routes. There were notes about my behavior, my habits, my routines, all written in tiny, neat handwriting. "You're sick," I said. "I'm honest. Everyone watches everyone now. Social media, security cameras, smartphones tracking your every move. I'm just more open about it. At least I'm not selling your data to advertisers." I left without another word and drove straight to a motel. I've been here for 3 hours now, looking through the folder, and I realize he's right about one thing. He really does know everything about me. There are things in here I'd forgotten about myself, patterns I didn't know I had. I called the police from the motel. They said they'd send someone to check it out, but they didn't sound very concerned. They asked me a bunch of questions about why I was in his room, whether anything was stolen, whether he'd threatened me. I tried to explain about the hidden room and the photographs, but I could tell they thought I was overreacting. A detective came by the motel an hour later. He took my statement and the photos I'd taken with my phone. He said they'd investigate, but he also warned me that what Marcus was doing might not technically be illegal. Creepy, yes. Wrong, definitely. But the law isn't always clear on this stuff. The photos of people in public places, that's usually legal, the detective explained. The surveillance cameras might be a violation, depending on where they're pointed, but that's more of a civil matter. The stolen items are concerning, but if he returns them and the victims don't press charges, it's hard to make a case stick. What about stalking? Has he contacted any of these people, threatened them, shown up at their homes uninvited? I don't know. Then it's hard to prove stalking. Look, we'll check it out. We'll talk to him. But I want you to be prepared for the possibility that we might not be able to charge him with anything serious. That was 3 hours ago. I haven't heard back from them yet. I've been sitting here in this McDonald's parking lot looking through Marcus's file on me, and I'm realizing something terrifying. I moved to Portland 3 months ago, but some of these photos are older. There's a picture of me from 6 months ago, back when I was still living in Seattle. I'm walking out of my old apartment building. He'd been watching me for at least 6 months before I moved in, which means he didn't just find me on Craigslist. He planned this. He chose me specifically and then somehow engineered the situation so I'd see his ad and move in. But why? Why go through all that trouble? I'm nobody. I'm just a regular person with a boring job and a boring life. Unless that's exactly why. Maybe he wanted a roommate who wouldn't notice things, wouldn't ask questions, wouldn't interfere with his projects. Someone who'd be so focused on their own life that they wouldn't pay attention to his. I just realized something else. In all the time I lived there, I never once saw Marcus's bedroom light turned off. Not once. Now I'm wondering if he ever slept, or if he spent every night in that hidden room watching his cameras, organizing his files, planning whatever it is he was planning. My phone just buzzed. It's a text from an unknown number. "You forgot your toothbrush. I'll mail it to you." It's him. It has to be. But how does he have my phone number? I never gave it to him. We only communicated through email when I was looking at the apartment. Another text. "Also, you should know that Detective Morrison has a gambling problem. He owes $15,000 to a bookie in southeast Portland. He won't take your complaint seriously." How the hell does he know who I talk to? Is he listening somehow? Does he have my phone bugged? Another text. Don't bother changing your number. I have other ways of reaching you. I just wanted you to know. This isn't over. You're still one of my projects. You'll always be one of my projects. Have a nice life. I'm leaving Portland. Tonight. I'm going to drive to my mom's house in California and figure out what to do from there. Maybe I'll change my name, delete all my social media, start over somewhere new. But I know it won't matter. He'll find me. He's been doing this for 8 years, and he's good at it. He knows how to watch people without being seen. He knows how to collect information, how to stay invisible. And the worst part is, he's right. We're all being watched all the time. Security cameras, social media, data collection, smartphones. We've normalized surveillance to the point where someone like Marcus can hide in plain sight, doing what everyone else is doing, just being more honest about it. I keep thinking about all those files in his cabinet, all those people living their lives completely unaware that someone is documenting their every move. Should I try to warn them? But how? I don't know who they are, and even if I did, what would I say? Hey, a stranger has been watching you for months and knows everything about your life. They'd think I was crazy. The detective just called. They went to the apartment. Marcus was gone. The bedroom door was locked, and they couldn't get a warrant to break it down without more evidence. They're treating it as a wellness check gone nowhere, basically. The detective said he'd follow up if they locate Marcus, but I could tell he was already moving on to other cases. I asked him about the surveillance cameras, the stolen items, everything I'd seen. We couldn't verify any of that without accessing the apartment, he said, and your roommate has a right to privacy. Without clear evidence of a crime in progress, our hands are tied. So that's it? He just gets away with it? I didn't say that. We have your report on file. If anyone else comes forward with similar complaints, that will help build a case. But right now, it's your word against his, and you admitted to entering his room without permission. So I'm on my own. I've started looking over my shoulder everywhere I go. Every car that follows me for more than 2 blocks, I think it's him. Every person who looks at me too long, I wonder if they're working for him. Is he watching me right now? Does he have cameras in this parking lot? Did he bug my car? I checked my car. I didn't find anything, but that doesn't mean there's nothing there. These devices can be tiny, hidden anywhere. Another text. You're parked outside the McDonald's on 82nd Avenue. You've been there for 4 hours. You should probably move soon. The manager is getting suspicious. I dropped my phone. My hands are shaking again. He's watching me right now. Right this second. I looked around the parking lot, but I don't see anyone. There's a few other cars, some people inside the restaurant, but no one paying attention to me. Where is he? How is he doing this? Unless he's not here. Unless he's just tracking my phone's location. That's possible, right? There are apps for that. I turned off my phone's location services, then I turned off the phone completely and removed the battery. I need to think. I need to figure out what to do. Option 1, keep running. Change everything about my life. Become a ghost. Option 2, go to the media. Tell my story. Maybe public pressure will force the police to take this seriously. Option 3, confront Marcus. Find him and make him stop. Option 4, do nothing. Let him watch. He said himself he's not threatening anyone, not making contact. Maybe if I just ignore it, he'll lose interest and move on to someone else. That last option feels like giving up. But I'm so tired. I haven't slept in over 24 hours. I can't think straight anymore. I just want my normal, boring life back. I want to go to work and come home and watch TV and not worry about someone documenting my every move. I want to feel safe in my own home. But I don't think that's possible anymore. Even if Marcus leaves me alone, even if I never hear from him again, I'll always know he's out there. I'll always be looking over my shoulder. I'll always wonder if that person across the street is just a stranger or someone with a camera adding me to their files. Maybe that's his real goal, not to harm anyone, but to make them aware, to show them that privacy is an illusion, that we're all being watched all the time, and there's nothing we can do about it. If that's the case, then he's won. Because I'll never feel safe again. I'm going to drive to California now. I'll throw my phone away and buy a burner. I'll pay for everything in cash. I'll stay off social media. I'll be careful about where I go and who I talk to. And maybe, if I'm lucky, he'll get bored and find a new project. But I doubt it. Because, like he said, I'll always be one of his projects, and there's nothing I can do to stop him. Update. It's been 2 weeks since I wrote everything above. I'm at my mom's house now. I've been too scared to post this until now, but I feel like people need to know. The detective called me yesterday. They found Marcus, or rather, they found his body. He was in the apartment, in the hidden room. He'd been dead for at least a week, maybe more. The cause of death was a heart attack, natural causes. They searched the room after finding him. Everything I described was there. The photos, the files, the cameras, all of it. But there was more. They found files on over 200 different people, some going back 10 years. They found hard drives with terabytes of surveillance footage. They're trying to identify all the victims now so they can notify them. The detective told me something else. They found Marcus's medical records. He had a condition, some kind of paranoid personality disorder combined with OCD. He'd been institutionalized twice in his 20s. He'd been obsessed with the idea that everyone was watching him, so he started watching everyone else first. It was his way of feeling in control. He wasn't dangerous, the detective said. Not really. He never approached anyone, never threatened anyone. He just watched. In his mind, he was protecting himself by knowing everything about everyone around him. That doesn't make it okay, I said. No, it doesn't. But it does explain it. They're still going through all his files. I asked if I could get my file back, but they said it's evidence now. Just as well. I don't want to see it again anyway. I thought I'd feel relief when I heard he was dead, that I'd feel safe again. But I don't. Because every time I go outside, I wonder who else is out there doing the same thing Marcus was doing. How many other people are watching, documenting, collecting information on strangers? The detective said they found something else in the apartment. A journal where Marcus had written about all his projects, including me. Apparently, I was supposed to be his masterpiece. The perfect subject who would never notice what he was doing. He'd planned to document my entire life from the shadows for years. But then I found the hidden room and ruined everything. In his final entry, written just hours before he died, he wrote, "Subject 147 discovered the archive 8 years of work compromised, must begin again with new subject, must be more careful, must choose better. They're always watching. I have to watch them first. Subject 147. That was me. I wasn't a person to him. I was just a number. The detective said they think the stress of being discovered triggered his heart attack. So, in a way, I killed him. Not directly, but I caused the chain of events that led to his death. I don't know how to feel about that. I'm not going back to Portland. I got a job here in California. Yeah, something remote, so I can work from home. I'm living with my mom for now while I save up for my own place. I still check over my shoulder. I still worry about cameras and people paying too much attention. But slowly, I'm starting to feel normal again. Except for one thing. Last week, I got a package. No return address. Inside was a USB drive with a note. Marcus's backup files. Thought you should have them. He would have wanted you to continue his work. Someone needs to watch. I haven't plugged in the USB drive. I'm too afraid of what I'll find on it. But it's sitting on my desk right now, and every day I get a little more curious. What if there's something important on there? What if there are things about me I should know? What if there are other victims who need to be warned? Or what if it's exactly what it sounds like? An invitation to become the next Marcus. To start watching people, documenting them, collecting their information. I haven't decided what to do with it yet, but I think about it all the time. And sometimes, late at night, when I can't sleep, I wonder if Marcus was right. If the only way to feel safe in a world where everyone is watching is to watch them back. I wonder if that makes me crazy, or if it just makes me aware. The USB drive is still sitting on my desk. I still haven't looked at what's on it, but I will. Eventually, I will, because I need to know. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. My upstairs neighbor keeps dropping something heavy every night at exactly 2:47 a.m. I'm writing this at 3:15 a.m. because I just can't deal with this anymore. I need advice or validation or just to know I'm not losing my mind. I moved into my apartment in downtown Chicago 6 weeks ago. It's a vintage building from the 1920s, converted into studios and one-bedrooms. The rent is decent for the location, hardwood floors, big windows, exactly what I was looking for. I'm on the 4th floor, Unit 4B. The problem started my very first night. I was lying in bed around 2:30 a.m., almost asleep, when I heard the loudest thud I've ever heard in my life. It came from directly above me, from apartment 5B. It sounded like someone had dropped a bowling ball or a sack of concrete. The whole ceiling shook. Picture frames rattled on my walls. I sat up in bed, heart pounding, waiting to hear footsteps or voices or something that would explain what just fell. Nothing. Total silence. I checked my phone. 2:47 a.m. exactly. I figured maybe someone dropped something while moving furniture or unpacking. Annoying. But it was a one-time thing. I went back to sleep. The next night, same thing. 2:47 a.m. Thud. Same volume, same intensity. My whole apartment vibrated. This time, I got out of bed and walked around. I was trying to figure out exactly where the sound was coming from. It seemed to be right above my bedroom, which would put it in the middle of the apartment above me. I stood there for 10 minutes, listening. No other sounds. No footsteps, no voices, no TV. Nothing. The next morning, I went upstairs to talk to my neighbor. I knocked on the door of 5B. No answer. I knocked again, louder. Still nothing. I tried the building manager. Her name is Carol, and she's probably 70 years old, been managing this building for 30 years. I asked her about the tenant in 5B. "Oh, 5B is vacant," she said. "Has been for about 3 months. We're renovating it before we put it back on the market." "Are you sure? I keep hearing loud noises from up there at night." She frowned. "That's impossible. The apartment is locked. No one has access except me and the contractors, and they only come during the day." "Could you check? Maybe there's a leak or the pipes are making noise or something." She agreed to take a look. We went up together, and she unlocked the door. The apartment was completely empty. No furniture, no boxes, nothing. The floors were covered in dust. You could see our footprints in it, and there were no other footprints anywhere. No one had been in this apartment recently. Carol checked every room, bedroom, bathroom, kitchen, closets, all empty. She checked the pipes, the radiator, the windows. Everything looked fine. "I don't know what to tell you," she said. "There's nothing here that could make a loud noise. Maybe it's coming from a different apartment, and the sound is traveling funny through the building. Old buildings do that." That made sense, I guess. Sound can be weird in old buildings. I thanked her and went back to my apartment. That night, 2:47 a.m. Thud. I grabbed my phone and opened the recording app. I wanted to document this. The next night, same thing. I recorded it. When I played it back, you could clearly hear the thud. It was loud, deep, and it was definitely coming from above. I started keeping a log. Every single night, without fail, at exactly 2:47 a.m., the thud happened. Not 2:46, not 2:48, exactly 2:47. After a week of this, I was exhausted. I wasn't sleeping well. I'd lie awake from about 2:30 onwards, tensed up, waiting for it. Even when I tried to fall asleep earlier, I'd wake up right before it happened, like my body was anticipating it. I posted about it on Reddit, on a subreddit for apartment living. Most people said it was probably pipes, or the building settling, or maybe an animal in the walls. A few people suggested it might be a prank. Someone with access to the empty apartment messing with me. That got me thinking. I asked Carol if I could have a key to 5B just for a week so I could investigate. She was hesitant, but eventually agreed, as long as I promised not to disturb anything since they were planning to renovate. That night, at 2:45 a.m., I went upstairs with my phone and a flashlight. I unlocked the door to 5B and went inside. The apartment had the same layout as mine. Bedroom on the right, bathroom straight ahead, kitchen and living area to the left. I went to the spot directly above where I sleep, which would be the middle of the bedroom. I stood there watching the clock on my phone. 2:46, my heart was pounding. 2:47, nothing happened. I waited, still nothing, no thud, no sound at all, just silence. I walked through the entire apartment, checking every room. Nothing, no sound anywhere. Then I went back downstairs to my apartment. I lay down on my bed and checked my phone. 2:52 a.m. Had I somehow missed it? Was the sound not happening anymore? I was about to turn off my light when I heard it. Thud, right above me. I checked the time. 2:53 a.m. But I had just been up there. The apartment was silent at 2:47. So why did the thud happen at 2:53, 6 minutes later? Unless it didn't happen at the same time for everyone. The next night, I tried an experiment. I set up my phone to record in my bedroom, then went upstairs to 5B at 2:45. I recorded on my laptop up there, too. At 2:47, Nothing happened in 5B. I stayed until 2:55, then went back downstairs. I checked my phone recording. At 2:47, you could hear the thud, clear as day. But on the laptop recording from 5B, there was nothing. Complete silence. The sound was only happening in my apartment, or at least only I could hear it. That should have made me feel crazy, but actually it made me more convinced something was really wrong. Because my phone recordings proved the sound was real. It wasn't in my head. It was actually happening. I started researching the building's history. It was built in 1924, originally a hotel. In 1952, it was converted to apartments. I found old newspaper articles, building permits, historical society records. Then I found something interesting. An article from 1976, Tragedy at Riverside Apartments. A woman named Dorothy Kelvin had lived in apartment 5B. She was 34 years old, worked as a nurse. One night, she'd fallen in her apartment and hit her head on a corner of her dresser. She died from the head injury. Her body wasn't found for 3 days. The article said she was estimated to have died around 3 a.m. based on the coroner's report. I kept digging. I found Dorothy's obituary. There was a photo. A woman with dark curly hair smiling at the camera. She looked kind. The obituary said she was survived by her mother and a sister. I tried to find more details about how she died, but there wasn't much. Just that she'd fallen, hit her head, and died alone in her apartment. I thought about it. If she fell around 3 a.m. and I was hearing a thud at 2:47 a.m., that was 13 minutes before. Maybe the clocks were off in 1976? Or maybe I had the time wrong. I went back through all my recordings. Every single one was at 2:47 a.m. exactly. Then I had another thought. What if it wasn't when she fell? What if it was something else? I started having dreams. Weird, vivid dreams. I'd be in my apartment, but it would look different. The walls were a different color. The furniture was old-fashioned. I'd hear footsteps above me, pacing back and forth. Then a door would open, and the footsteps would come downstairs. In the dream, I'd get out of bed and walk to my door. I'd open it and look out into the hallway. There'd be a woman standing there, dark curly hair, wearing a nurse's uniform. She'd look at me and put her finger to her lips. Shh. Then I'd wake up, always at exactly 2:47 a.m., right as the thud happened. After 2 weeks of this, I was barely functioning. I was calling in sick to work, sleeping during the day, avoiding my apartment at night. My friends were worried about me. One suggested I see a doctor, maybe get sleeping pills. I decided to try one more thing. I went to the library and looked through the archives of old newspapers on microfiche. I was searching for anything else about Dorothy Kelvin or apartment 5B. I found something. An article from 3 weeks before Dorothy died. It was small, just a few paragraphs buried in the crime section. Police are investigating a suspicious person reported in the Riverside Apartments building. Multiple residents have reported seeing a man in the hallways late at night who does not live in the building. The man is described as tall, wearing dark clothing. Anyone with information is asked to contact police. 3 weeks later, Dorothy was dead. The police ruled it an accident. But what if it wasn't? I started thinking about the timing. 2:47 a.m., what if that wasn't when she fell? What if that was when someone broke into her apartment? I imagined the scenario, Dorothy asleep in 5B. A sound wakes her at 2:47 a.m. Heavy footsteps, someone coming into her apartment. She gets up startled. There's a confrontation. She runs, he chases, she falls or she's pushed and hits her head. The thud I was hearing wasn't her falling. It was the moment of the break-in. The moment everything went wrong. But why was I hearing it? Why was it repeating every night? I called Carol again and asked if I could see any records from 1976. Anything about Dorothy Kelvin's death or the investigation afterward. She said she didn't have anything that old, but she gave me the number of the building's owner, a property management company. I called them. The woman who answered said she'd have to check their archives. A week later, she called me back. They did have some files from 1976. She could send me copies. When the copies arrived, I went through everything. Maintenance records, tenant complaints, police reports. Most of it was routine stuff. But there was one police report from April 1976, a month after Dorothy died. A tenant in 4B, my apartment, had reported that someone had tried to break into their apartment in the middle of the night. They heard someone trying a doorknob, then footsteps running away. Police investigated, but found no signs of forced entry and no suspects. The tenant moved out 2 weeks later. I felt cold. Someone had tried to break into 4B. The same night Dorothy died, or around the same time, someone had been targeting apartments on the 4th floor. I looked at the tenant's name on the police report. Sarah Chin. I tried to find Sarah Chin. It took me days of searching, but I finally found an obituary. Sarah Chin had died in 1982, at age 56. The obituary mentioned she was survived by a daughter, Lisa Chin, living in Evanston. I found Lisa on Facebook. I sent her a message explaining who I was and why I was contacting her. I asked if her mother had ever talked about living at Riverside Apartments. She responded the next day. Yes, her mother had lived there briefly in the 1970s. She'd moved out suddenly and never wanted to talk about why. But Lisa remembered her mother having nightmares for years afterward. She'd wake up screaming about a man in the hallway, a man trying to get into the apartment. I asked if her mother had ever mentioned the woman who died upstairs. Lisa said yes. Her mother felt guilty about it. She'd heard noises from upstairs the night Dorothy died, heavy footsteps, thumping sounds, but she thought it was just Dorothy moving furniture or something. She didn't call the police or check on her. If she had, maybe Dorothy would have survived. After Dorothy's death, Sarah started hearing the sounds every night, a thud at the same time. She thought it was her imagination, guilt manifesting as auditory hallucinations, but it drove her out of the apartment. I thanked Lisa and ended the conversation. I sat in my apartment, trying to process everything. Dorothy Kelvin died in 5B in 1976. Someone had broken in or tried to break in. Maybe he killed her. Maybe she fell while trying to escape. Either way, she died. Sarah Chin, living in 4B, heard it happen. She heard the moment the intruder broke in, the heavy thud of a door being forced, or a body hitting the floor, or something else. And she did nothing. After Dorothy died, Sarah started hearing the sound every night, the same thud at the same time, a reminder of what she'd heard and ignored. Now, almost 50 years later, I was living in 4B, and I was hearing it too. But why? I didn't even know Dorothy. I had nothing to do with what happened to her. Unless that's not how it works, unless the sound isn't about guilt. It's about the space. The apartment itself holds the memory of that night, and anyone who lives in 4B hears it over and over the moment when Dorothy's life ended. I decided to test a theory. I asked Carol if anyone else had lived in 4B between 1976 and now. She pulled up the records, 4 tenants between Sarah Chin and me. None of them stayed longer than 6 months. I asked if she knew why they left. She said she didn't have details, but she remembered the last tenant before me complained about noise from upstairs. They broke their lease early. It wasn't just me. It wasn't just Sarah. Everyone who lived in 4B heard it. I had to make a decision. I could break my lease and leave like everyone else. Or I could try to do something about it. I know this sounds crazy, but I felt like I owed it to Dorothy. She died alone, possibly murdered, and no one did anything. Sarah heard it happening and didn't help. The police ruled it an accident and moved on. For almost 50 years, she's been forgotten, except for this sound. This nightly reminder that something terrible happened and no one cared enough to find out the truth. I went back to the police records. Dorothy's case was closed decades ago, but I wanted to know if there was anything else. I filed a FOIA request for any investigation records related to her death. It took 3 weeks, but I got a response. They sent me copies of the original police report, the coroner's report, and the investigation notes. The police had investigated it as a possible homicide initially. Dorothy had defensive wounds on her hands. There were signs of a struggle, but there were no witnesses, no suspects, and no forensic evidence that could prove someone else had been there. Eventually, they ruled it an accidental death due to lack of evidence. But one detective's notes stood out. He'd written, "Victim's neighbor in 4B reported hearing disturbance around 2:45, 3 a.m., but did not investigate. Could not definitively establish if disturbance was related to victim's death. No other witnesses." Sarah had told the police she heard something, but she didn't check, and the police couldn't prove it mattered. There was also a note about a suspect. Person of interest, building maintenance worker, Thomas Alvin, 28. Multiple tenants reported Alvin had made inappropriate comments to female residents. Alvin quit job 3 days after victim's death, unable to locate for interview. Thomas Alvin, a maintenance worker who had access to all the apartments, who'd been creeping out female tenants, who disappeared right after Dorothy died. I searched for Thomas Alvin. I found a record of him in the Illinois Criminal Database. He'd been arrested in 1978, 2 years after Dorothy's death, for breaking and entering. He served 3 years in prison. After that, the record went cold. I searched for obituaries, death records, anything. I finally found a death certificate. Thomas Alvin died in 2003, age 55, in Indiana. Cause of death: liver failure. He was dead. If he had killed Dorothy, he'd never been punished for it. He'd lived another 27 years and died of natural causes. I don't know what I expected to happen after I found all this out. Some kind of closure, maybe. A feeling that I'd solved a mystery. But that night, at 2:47 a.m., the thud still happened. I got out of bed and stood in the middle of my room, right under where the sound came from. I spoke out loud, feeling ridiculous, but needing to do something. "Dorothy, I know what happened to you. I know someone hurt you. I'm sorry no one helped you. I'm sorry you were alone." The thud came right on time. But this time, after it, I heard something else. Footsteps, light ones, walking across the floor above me. Then they stopped. My door was locked, but I heard my doorknob turn. Slowly, like someone was testing it, I stood frozen, staring at the door. The knob turned all the way, then released. The footsteps moved away down the hallway outside my apartment. I ran to the door and looked through the peephole. The hallway was empty, but on the floor, right in front of my door, there was something. I unlocked the door and looked. It was a small piece of paper, yellowed with age. On it, in handwriting that looked old-fashioned, were 2 words, "Thank you." I picked it up. It felt real, solid. I brought it inside and examined it. The paper was thin, fragile, like it was decades old. The ink was faded, but legible. I kept the note. I didn't know what else to do with it. That night, for the first time in 6 weeks, the thud didn't happen at 2:47 a.m. I woke up at 2:50, confused by the silence. I checked my phone. It was definitely after 2:47. The sound hadn't happened. I stayed awake until 4 a.m., waiting, but nothing. The next night, same thing. No thud. Complete silence. It's been 3 days now. The sound hasn't come back. I'm sleeping through the night for the first time since I moved in. I don't know what happened. I don't know if Dorothy somehow heard me, if acknowledging what happened to her was enough to give her peace. I don't know if ghosts are real, or if this was all some weird psychological phenomenon related to the building structure and my subconscious knowledge of its history. All I know is that it stopped. Carol called me yesterday. She said something strange happened. The contractors who were supposed to renovate 5B went in to start work, and they found something behind a loose baseboard in the bedroom, a small box, hidden there for decades. Inside the box were personal items, a bracelet, some letters, a photo, all belonging to Dorothy Kelvin. The letters were from her mother, sent right before Dorothy died. One of them mentioned that Dorothy had been scared recently, that she'd told her mother she felt like someone was watching her. Carol asked if I wanted to see the items before she turned them over to the Historical Society. I said yes. The photo showed Dorothy smiling in her nurse's uniform. On the back, in the same handwriting from the note, it said, "First day at County Hospital, 1975. It was definitely her handwriting, which means the note I found was real. Somehow, impossibly, Dorothy had left me a thank you note. I gave everything to the Historical Society, along with all the research I'd done about her death. They're going to create a small exhibit about her life. It's not much, but at least she'll be remembered for more than just how she died. Last night, I had another dream. I was in my apartment, and I heard footsteps above me, but this time they were light, peaceful. I looked up at the ceiling, and I felt calm. When I woke up, I found another note on my bedside table. Same paper, same handwriting. I can rest now. I'm not scared anymore. I don't know if Dorothy's still here or if she's moved on. But I think she knows someone finally cared about what happened to her. Someone tried to find the truth. The building manager told me yesterday that they're going to put up a small plaque in the lobby mentioning Dorothy and other long-term residents who made the building their home. It's a small gesture, but it means something. I'm staying in the apartment. I signed a lease extension. 4B doesn't scare me anymore. If anything, it feels peaceful now, like a weight has been lifted. Sometimes at night, I think I hear light footsteps above me, but they're not heavy or menacing. They're just someone walking around their home. Finally, at peace. And I sleep through the night, every night, without any interruptions. Whatever happened, whatever was causing that sound, it's over now. Dorothy can rest, and so can I. And that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one. I drive for a rideshare app and picked up the same passenger 3 nights in a row. I've been driving for Ride now for about 8 months to make extra money on weekends. I work a regular job during the week, but the extra cash helps with bills. I usually drive Friday and Saturday nights from around 10 p.m. until 3 or 4 a.m. when the bar crowds die down. Last Friday night started normal. I picked up a few college kids, a couple coming home from dinner, the usual weekend crowd. Around 1:30 a.m., I got a ping for a pickup at an address in Riverside, the older part of town near the industrial district. The pickup location was a corner near an old warehouse. Not a great area, but not the worst I've been to. I pulled up and waited. A woman got in the back seat. She looked like she was in her 30s, wearing a long gray coat and carrying a small purse. Her hair was dark and pulled back. She looked tired. "Thanks for coming," she said quietly. Her voice was soft, almost a whisper. "No problem. Where are we headed?" She gave me an address on the west side of town, about a 20-minute drive. I confirmed it in the app and started driving. She didn't say anything for the first few minutes. Most passengers either want to chat or they're on their phones. She just sat there looking out the window. "Long night?" I asked, trying to be friendly. "You could say that." She didn't elaborate. We drove in silence for a while. I glanced in the rearview mirror a few times. She was still just staring out the window, her face blank. When we were about 5 minutes from her destination, she spoke again. "Do you ever feel like you're stuck in a loop? Like you're doing the same thing over and over? Like Groundhog Day?" I joked. "Something like that." I didn't know what to say to that, so I just nodded. We reached her address, a small house on a quiet street. I pulled up to the curb. "Here you go. Have a good night." She didn't move for a second. Then she said, "You, too. Drive safely." She got out and walked to the house. I waited until she went inside like I always do, then drove off. The ride was rated 5 stars in my app. Standard trip. Saturday night, around the same time, 1:30 a.m., I got another ping. Same pickup location in Riverside near the warehouse. I thought that was weird, but not impossible. Maybe she worked nearby and this was her regular ride home. I pulled up to the same corner. The same woman got in my car. Same gray coat, same purse. She sat in the same spot in the back seat. "Hey again," I said. "Same place as last night?" She looked at me, confused. "Last night?" "Yeah, I picked you up here yesterday. Took you to Hillcrest Street." She shook her head slowly. "I don't think so. I've never used this app before tonight." That didn't make sense. I definitely remembered her, but I didn't want to argue with the passenger. "My mistake. Sorry. Where to?" She gave me the same address as the night before. Exact same destination. I entered it in the app and started driving. This time I paid more attention to her. She did the same thing. Stared out the window. Didn't talk. Barely moved. About halfway there I tried again. "You sure you haven't used Ride Now before? I could swear I drove you last night." "I'm sure," she said. But her voice had a strange quality to it, like she wasn't entirely certain. We drove in silence again. When we got close to her house, she asked the same question as before. "Do you ever feel like you're stuck in a loop?" The hair on the back of my neck stood up. Those were the exact same words, the exact same timing in the drive. "Yeah," I said carefully. "Sometimes I do." "It's happening to me," she said quietly. "I keep waking up in that warehouse. I keep going home, but I never remember getting there." "What do you mean? You wake up in the warehouse?" She didn't answer. We pulled up to her house. She got out without another word and walked inside. I sat there for a minute, confused and a little creeped out. I checked my ride history. Both rides were listed, Friday night and Saturday night. Same pickup, same destination, same passenger name, Sarah M. I almost didn't drive on Sunday. I thought about staying home, but I needed the money, and I told myself I was being paranoid. It was just a coincidence. Sunday night, 1:30 a.m. I got a ping. Same location in Riverside. My hands were shaking as I drove there. Part of me hoped it would be a different passenger, but I knew it wouldn't be. She was standing on a corner waiting. Same coat, same purse. When I pulled up, she got in. "Hi," I said. "Sarah, right?" She looked startled. "How do you know my name?" "It's in the app. Listen, I've picked you up the last 3 nights. Same place, same time, same destination. Do you remember me at all?" She stared at me in the rearview mirror. Her eyes looked scared. 3 nights? Friday, Saturday, and now Sunday. You asked me the same question both times about being stuck in a loop. Her face went pale. "I don't remember Friday. I barely remember Saturday. I keep waking up in that warehouse behind us. I don't know how I get there. I call a ride home and then nothing. I wake up in the warehouse again." "What's in the warehouse?" "I don't know. I never go inside. I just wake up on the street corner, and it's always 1:15 a.m. every time." I felt cold. "What do you mean every time?" "This has been happening for weeks, maybe longer. I can't remember anymore." Her voice was shaking. "At first I thought I was sleepwalking, but I'm fully dressed. I have my phone and my purse. I call a ride, I go home, I go to bed. Then I wake up on that corner again." "Have you tried staying awake or going somewhere else besides home?" "I've tried. I can't stay awake. As soon as I get home and lie down, I fall asleep immediately. And when I wake up, I'm back there." "What about going to a hospital or the police?" She shook her head. "I tried that. Twice. Same thing happens. I end up back at the warehouse." We were getting close to her house. I didn't want to drop her off. I had a feeling if I did, I'd pick her up again tomorrow night. "What if you don't go home?" I asked. "What if I take you somewhere else?" "Where?" "I don't know. A hotel? A friend's house?" She thought about it. "I don't have any friends in this city. I moved here 6 months ago for work, and I've tried hotels. I wake up at the warehouse anyway." "What about the warehouse itself? Have you tried going inside to see what's in there?" She looked terrified. "No, I'm afraid to." "Maybe that's the answer. Maybe you need to face whatever is in there." "Will you come with me?" I should have said no. I should have dropped her off and never accepted another ride from that area. But something about her desperation, her fear, I couldn't just leave her. "Okay," I said, "let's go back." I turned the car around and drove back to Riverside. When we got to the warehouse, I parked on the street. It was almost 2 a.m. The area was deserted. The warehouse was old brick, 3 stories tall, with broken windows and faded paint. There was a chain-link fence around it with a torn section where you could slip through. "I don't think this is a good idea," Sarah said. "We don't have to go in. We can just look around." We got out of the car. The street was quiet except for distant traffic sounds. We walked to the fence and looked through. There was a loading dock with a metal door. It was slightly open. "That door," Sarah said, "it's always open just like that." "You've seen it before?" "Every time I wake up I can see it from the corner. It's always open a few inches." We stood there for a minute. Then I made a decision. "I'm going to look inside." "Please don't." But I was already walking through the gap in the fence. I heard Sarah following behind me. We got to the loading dock, and I pulled the metal door open wider. Inside was dark, but I could see a hallway with my phone flashlight. The walls were covered in old graffiti. The floor was concrete, cracked and dirty. We walked down the hallway. It opened into a large room that must have been the main warehouse floor. Empty, except for some broken pallets and trash. "There's nothing here," I said. "Wait." Sarah was looking at something in the corner. "There." I shined my light where she was pointing. There was a stairway leading down, a basement. "I don't think we should," I started, but Sarah was already walking toward it. I followed her down the stairs. The basement was smaller than the main floor. It smelled like mildew and rust. My light caught something on the floor. It was a mattress, old and stained. Next to it was a blanket and some empty water bottles. Someone had been living down here. "Sarah," I said quietly, "we should go." She wasn't listening. She was staring at the wall. I moved my light to see what she was looking at. There were photos taped to the wall, dozens of them, all of the same person, all of Sarah. Photos of her at work, at the grocery store, at her house. Photos of her sleeping, recent photos from the last few months. "Oh, my God," she whispered. I heard something above us. Footsteps on the main floor. "We need to leave, now." We ran back to the stairs, but someone was coming down. A man, tall and thin, holding a flashlight. "Sarah," he said calmly, "you brought someone this time. That's new." Sarah grabbed my arm. "Run." We tried to push past him, but he was blocking the stairs. I swung my phone at him and connected with his face. He stumbled, and we got past, running up the stairs and across the warehouse floor. We made it outside and through the fence. I heard him behind us, shouting something I couldn't make out. We got to my car, and I drove away as fast as I could. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely hold the steering wheel. "Who was that?" I asked. "I don't know. I've never seen him before, but he knew my name." "We need to call the police." "And tell them what? That I keep waking up near a warehouse where someone is stalking me? They'll think I'm crazy." "You have proof now. Those photos. I saw them too." She pulled out her phone and called 911. She explained the situation. Someone was stalking her. They were hiding in a warehouse. They had photos of her. The dispatcher said they'd send officers to check it out. We drove to a nearby 24-hour diner to wait. Sarah was shaking. I bought us coffee, and we sat in a booth. "How long has this really been happening?" I asked. "I don't know. I thought it was just a few weeks." "But what if it's been longer? What if I've been stuck in this loop for months and I don't remember?" The police called back after an hour. They'd searched the warehouse. They found the basement, found the mattress and the photos, but no sign of anyone. They took the photos as evidence and said they'd investigate. Where's your house? I asked Sarah. She gave me her address, the same one I'd been driving her to. But I don't want to go there. What if he knows where I live? What if that's why I keep ending up at the warehouse? What if he's been taking me there? That made horrible sense. Do you live alone? Yes. Okay, here's what we're going to do. You're going to stay somewhere else tonight. A hotel, but not one near your house or the warehouse. Somewhere random. And you're going to stay awake. If you feel yourself getting tired, call me. I'll come get you. She nodded. Okay. I drove her to a hotel on the other side of town. She checked in and texted me her room number. I told her to lock the door and keep her phone on. I went home, but I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about those photos on the wall, about Sarah waking up at the warehouse over and over, about the man in the basement who knew her name. Around 6 a.m., Sarah called me. I'm still here. I stayed awake all night. I didn't wake up at the warehouse. That's good. That's really good. The police called. They found out who owns the warehouse. It's been abandoned for 5 years, but they're checking previous tenant records. They're also going to dust for prints in the basement. Over the next few days, the police investigation moved forward. They found prints that matched a man named David Carver, who had worked as a security guard at Sarah's office building. He'd been fired 3 months ago for inappropriate behavior. They arrested him at his apartment. He confessed to everything. He'd been stalking Sarah for months. He'd somehow gotten her routine down. Knew when she went to bed. Knew she was a heavy sleeper. He'd been breaking into her house, drugging her water bottle, and taking her to the warehouse while she was unconscious. Then he'd leave her on the corner before the drugs wore off. She'd wake up confused, call a ride home, and the cycle would repeat. She'd go to bed, drink the drugged water, and he'd take her again. He said he never hurt her. He just wanted to be near her. He said he loved her. Sarah's therapist said she might never fully remember all the times it happened. The drugs he used can cause memory loss. She might have been stuck in that loop for months. She moved out of state, changed her name. She texts me sometimes to let me know she's okay. I still drive for Ride now, but I never accept rides from that area of town anymore. And every time I pick up a passenger who seems confused or disoriented, I pay attention. Because you never know what kind of hell someone might be stuck in without even knowing it. Sarah was lucky. She broke the loop. But I keep thinking about how many people might be stuck in situations like that and no one realizes because they can't remember enough to ask for help. That's the scariest part, not the stalker in the warehouse, but the idea that your whole reality could be manufactured, that days or weeks or months of your life could be stolen, and you'd never know. Sarah knew something was wrong. She felt the loop. But what if she hadn't? What if she just accepted the confusion as normal? I think about that every night when I'm driving. I look at every passenger and wonder what their story is, what they might be going through that they don't fully understand. And I'm grateful that for Sarah at least, the loop is finally broken, and that's where this story ends. Let's move on to the next one, The Weeping Channel. I do not own a television anymore. I smashed mine with a heavy framing hammer 3 weeks ago. I won't look at a computer monitor if the room is dark. I won't even walk past the appliance section of a department store and I threw my smartphone into the river yesterday. I'm writing this on a library computer in a room full of people, with the sun shining through the windows. It is the only way I can type without shaking. Once I hit send on this post, I am leaving the city. I don't know where I'm going, but I know I can't stay here. It started because I was broke. I don't mean I can't afford to go out for drinks broke. I mean I was eating dry ramen because I couldn't afford the gas bill to boil water. I was 24, fresh out of a useless degree program, and drowning in debt. I had just moved into a basement apartment in the city to save money. Calling it an apartment is generous. It was a damp, subterranean concrete box. The windows were thin, horizontal slits near the ceiling that looked out onto the ankles of passing pedestrians. The whole place smelled permanently of wet concrete, old cabbage, and that metallic scent of copper pipes that leak behind the walls. I couldn't afford cable. Streaming services were a luxury of the past, and the Wi-Fi signal from the upstairs neighbor, which I was stealing, was spotty at best. It usually died completely whenever it rained, which was often. The silence in that basement was heavy. It wasn't a peaceful quiet. It was a pressurized silence. It felt like the air was pushing against my eardrums, waiting for something to fill the void. Being underground messes with your head. You lose track of time. You feel the weight of the building above you. I needed noise. I needed distraction. I needed a voice in the room that wasn't my own internal monologue telling me what a failure I was. So, on a Tuesday afternoon, I went to a dusty thrift store on the corner of 4th and Elm. It was one of those places that smells like mothballs and other people's memories. I walked past the rows of stained shirts and chipped mugs to the electronics section in the back. There it was, an old CRT television. You know the kind, big, heavy, with a curved glass screen that gathers static electricity so you can feel it on the hair of your arms. It had a plastic casing that stuck out 2 feet in the back. It had a built-in VCR slot that looked like a hungry mouth and rabbit ear antennas wrapped in tin foil. It was ugly, it was heavy, it was perfect. "How much?" I asked the guy at the counter. He looked at it like it was a bag of trash. $8, he grunted. "No refunds. We don't know if it works." I paid cash. I lugged the monstrosity home, my arms straining under the awkward weight. I had to stop 3 times on the walk back just to catch my breath. By the time I got it down the narrow stairs to my basement, I was sweating and my back was screaming. I set it up on a plastic milk crate in what I generously called my living room. I plugged it in. I didn't have a cable box or a digital converter. I just wanted some white noise to sleep to. Maybe catch a ghostly signal of the local news, or a fuzzy rerun of a sitcom from the 90s. The first few nights were fine. I just got static. A snowstorm of black and white pixels, accompanied by that comforting hiss. If I stood on one leg and held the left antenna just right, I could get the audio from a Spanish soap opera, though the picture was just wavy lines. But mostly, it was just the static. It was enough. It filled the room. It pushed back the silence. Then came the storm. It was a Tuesday night, exactly 1 week after I bought the TV. It was raining hard outside, a torrential downpour that turned the gutters into rivers. Water was trickling down the window well, making a steady drip, drip, drip sound that was driving me insane. I couldn't sleep. I tossed and turned on my mattress, the springs digging into my back. The air in the basement felt thick, charged with electricity. Finally, I gave up. I sat up, wrapped my blanket around my shoulders, and reached out to turn on the TV. I clicked the knob. Instead of the usual snowstorm of static, the screen turned blue. It wasn't a no-signal blue. It was a solid electric blue that seemed to hum with intensity. It illuminated the entire dark room with an eerie underwater glow. The shadows in the corners of the room seemed to stretch and distort in the blue light. There was no sound, no hiss, no hum, just absolute silence. I smacked the side of the plastic casing hard. "Piece of junk," I muttered, tired and irritable. The blue flickered once, twice. Then an image cut in. It wasn't a broadcast. It was too stable, too sharp for an analog signal in a storm. And it wasn't a TV show. It was black and white, grainy. It looked like footage from an old security camera, but the angle was strange. It was low to the ground, maybe, knee-high, as if the camera had been placed on the floor. It showed a long, dark hallway. The floor was covered in black and white checkered tiles, like an old diner or a hospital from the 1950s. The walls were peeling, long strips of wallpaper hanging down like dead skin. The lighting was bad, flickering and dim, coming from some unseen source down the hall. At the far end of the hallway, deep in the center of the screen, there was a heavy wooden door. It was slightly ajar, spilling a sliver of darkness that seemed somehow darker than the rest of the hall. I stared at it. I waited for a title card, a commercial, anything. There was no sound at first. Then, slowly, a low humming started. It sounded like a choir humming a single discordant note. It was off-key. It vibrated in my chest. I watched, mesmerized, unable to look away. Nothing happened for a full minute. The image was static, save for the rolling grain of the film and the occasional flicker of the light in the hallway. Then the door at the end of the hallway moved. It didn't swing open fast. It crept. It inched open, the darkness widening. A hand reached out from the void. It was a small hand, a child's hand, pale and delicate. It reached around the doorframe and waved, not a frantic wave for help, a slow, deliberate greeting, like it knew I was watching. Then the screen cut to black. I sat there in the dark, staring at the dead glass curve of the screen. I felt cold, not the damp basement cold I was used to. This was a deep internal chill that started in my marrow and worked its way out. I reached out and turned the TV off. Then, for good measure, I reached behind it and unplugged the cord from the wall. I threw the cord onto the floor. Just a weird broadcast. I whispered to the empty room. Some art student project hijacking the signal, just a prank. I eventually fell asleep, but I dreamed of hallways, long, endless hallways with checkered floors. The next day, I went to work at the warehouse. I was a zombie. I dropped a pallet of boxes, and my manager yelled at me for 10 minutes. I barely heard him. All I could think about was that blue screen, that hand. When I got home that evening, the apartment felt colder than usual. I checked the thermostat. It was normal. I made dinner, canned soup, and tried to read a book. I told myself I wouldn't turn the TV on. I didn't need it. I would just read until I passed out. I sat on my mattress reading a paperback by the light of a single lamp. But as the hours ticked by, the silence grew heavier. It pressed in on me. I found myself reading the same sentence over and over again. My eyes kept darting to the TV sitting on the milk crate in the corner. It looked like a black eye staring at me. At around 2 LKM, I dozed off with the book on my chest. I woke up an hour later. The room was bathed in blue light. The TV was on. My heart stopped. I froze, not moving a muscle. I stared at the plug lying on the floor, clearly disconnected from the outlet. I could see the copper prongs gleaming in the blue light. It was 3 feet away from the wall. I looked back at the screen. It was glowing. This time, the image was clearer. The grain was finer. It was the same hallway, the same peeling wallpaper, the same checkered floor, the door at the end. But now the door was wide open. Standing in the doorway was a figure. It was small, maybe 4 feet tall. It was wearing what looked like a dirty, oversized hospital gown that hung loosely on its frame, stained with dark patches. Its feet were bare and gray, but it was the head that made my breath catch in my throat. Its head was completely covered in bandages. Thick white gauze wrapped around its entire skull, layer upon layer, covering its eyes, its nose, its mouth. No features were visible, just a blank, wrapped sphere of dirty cloth. The humming sound was louder now, and it had changed. It wasn't just humming anymore, it was weeping. Sob, gasp, sob. It sounded wet, gurgling, like someone crying through a mouthful of water or blood. The sound filled the room, coming from the mono speaker of the TV, but sounding like it was right next to my ear. "Hello?" I whispered. My voice trembled so bad it barely came out. I felt insane talking to a television set that wasn't plugged in. "Who are you?" The figure on the screen twitched. It took a step forward into the hallway. Its movements were jerky, unnatural, like a stop-motion puppet that was missing a few frames of animation. Then it raised a hand, the same small, pale hand I had seen the night before, and pointed. It didn't point at me. It pointed at the floor right in front of the camera lens. The camera angle shifted down smoothly, mechanically, as if someone was operating it. On the dusty, checkered floor, someone had written a word in the grime with their finger. The letters were shaky and jagged. Below. The screen cut to black. The blue light vanished, plunging me into darkness. I jumped out of bed, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. I grabbed the TV cord and yanked it further away from the wall, throwing it across the room. I checked the back of the set. Maybe there were batteries, a backup power source, some kind of prank device installed inside. I grabbed a screwdriver from my kitchen drawer and frantically unscrewed the back casing. I ripped the plastic off. Inside, it was just dust, wires, and the glass tube. No batteries, no hidden computer, just old analog trash. I threw a heavy wool blanket over the TV, blocking out the dark screen. I turned on every light in the apartment, the bathroom light, the kitchen light, the floor lamp. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I sat in the corner of the room, clutching a kitchen knife, watching the blanket-covered shape. Every creak of the floorboards upstairs made me jump. Every drip of water from the pipes sounded like a footstep. The third night was the end. I worked a double shift at the warehouse just to avoid going home. I stayed until the manager kicked me out. I wandered the streets for an hour, drinking coffee, delaying the inevitable. But eventually, I had to go back. I had nowhere else to go. I got home at almost 3:00 a.m. I was exhausted, my body aching, my mind numb from lack of sleep. I unlocked the door, my hands shaking. I walked into the apartment, dropped my keys on the counter, and froze. The blanket I had thrown over the TV was on the floor in a heap. The TV was on, and the volume was all the way up. The sound was deafening. It hit me like a physical blow, screaming, high-pitched, distorted screaming that sounded like metal tearing or a fox dying in a trap. It filled the small concrete box of a room, bouncing off the walls, vibrating in my teeth. I dropped my bag and covered my ears, wincing in pain. I ran to the TV to smash it, to stop the noise, to kill it. The image on the screen stopped me dead in my tracks. It was a face, extreme close-up. It was the bandaged face. The camera was inches away from it. The gauze was stained brown and red, wet and glistening around where the mouth should be. The texture of the fabric was so clear I could see the individual threads and the dirt trapped between them. As my hand hovered over the power button, the screaming stopped. Instantly. Absolute silence. The transition was so abrupt it made my ears ring. The figure on the screen tilted its head to the side, a bird-like, twitchy movement. Then the bandages around the mouth area began to split. They tore open with a wet, raw-rip sound. Underneath the bandages, there were no lips. The mouth was sewn shut. Thick black thread crisscrossed the pale skin, pulling it tight. The skin around the stitches was red and angry. The stitches strained as the jaw tried to open. A voice came out of the TV speakers. It wasn't the screaming anymore. It was a whisper, a raspy, dry whisper that sounded like dead leaves skittering on pavement. Here. I yanked the cord again, terrified, sobbing now. Nothing happened. The TV stayed on. The face stared at me. I grabbed the remote, which I hadn't even put batteries in, and smashed the power button repeatedly. Nothing. "It is here," the voice whispered again, more urgent this time. The stitches on the screen began to bleed. Then I heard a sound from behind me. Creak! It came from the floor vent, the large metal heating grate in the corner of the room near the closet. It was the main intake for the building's furnace. I turned around slowly, dread pooling in my stomach like lead. The metal screw holding the grate in place popped out. It flew across the room and pinged against the opposite wall. The heavy metal grate lifted up, pushed from the inside. I watched in horror as long pale fingers wrapped around the edge of the vent. It wasn't a child's hand. These fingers were impossibly long, skeletal, and gray. The nails were black, cracked, and curled like talons. A head pushed up through the opening. It was wrapped in bandages, dirty, brown-stained bandages. I screamed and backed away, tripping over the milk crate the TV sat on. The crate collapsed, sending the TV tumbling. It hit the floor with a crash, but the screen didn't break. It landed face up, the image of the sewn mouth still staring at the ceiling, glowing blue. The thing crawled out of the vent. It moved like a spider, limbs splayed out at wrong angles, joints popping and cracking with every movement. It pulled itself onto the concrete floor, wearing that same filthy hospital gown I had seen on the screen. It stood up. It was small, hunched over. It crawled toward me on its hands and knees. I scrambled backward, crab walking on my hands and feet until my back hit the cold concrete wall. I had nowhere to go. "What do you want?" I screamed, tears streaming down my face. "Leave me alone, please." The thing stopped halfway across the room. It sat up on its knees. It looked at me with its bandaged face. It didn't attack. It didn't lunge. It raised a hand and pointed. It pointed at the TV lying on the floor. I looked at the screen. The image had changed. It was no longer the close-up of the face. It was my apartment. It was a live feed of my living room, shot from a high angle from the corner of the ceiling where the shadows were deepest. The picture was crisp and clear. I could see myself cowering against the wall, looking pathetic and small. I could see the bandaged monster kneeling in the center of the room, pointing. But on the screen, there was something else. Standing directly behind me, in the shadow of the doorway to the kitchen, was a tall, dark figure. It was a shadow person, a silhouette of pure vantablack darkness, 7 feet tall, its edges blurring into smoke. It had no features, no face, except for 2 points of burning red light where its eyes should be. I felt a cold breath on the back of my neck. It smelled of sulfur, ozone, and rotten meat. I didn't turn around. Every instinct in my body screamed that if I turned around, if I looked it in the eyes, I would die. The bandaged thing on the floor wasn't attacking me. It was warning me. "Run!" the bandaged thing hissed. The stitches on its sewn mouth tore open one by one. Pop, pop, pop. Blood dribbled down its chin onto the dirty gown. "Run!" I lunged to the side. I rolled away from the wall just as a massive black claw slashed the air where my head had been a second before. The claw gouged deep grooves into the drywall, sending white dust flying. I scrambled to my feet, slipping on the loose paper scattered on the floor. I sprinted for the door. The apartment shook. A low, guttural roar filled the room. It sounded like the earth splitting open. The lights flickered and exploded, showering the room in glass and sparks. I fumbled with the locks in the dark. Deadbolt, chain, handle. My fingers felt like clumsy sausages. I couldn't get the chain to slide. I felt something grab the back of my shirt. Cold. So cold, it burned my skin through the fabric like dry ice. I ripped forward with everything I had. I heard the fabric tear. I heard the screech of the shadow thing. I burst out into the hallway of the building, slamming the door behind me. I heard a heavy thud against the door from the inside, then scratching, frantic, deep scratching that sounded like knives on wood. I ran up the stairs, 2 at a time, tripping, falling, skinning my knees, getting up again. I didn't stop until I burst out onto the street. It was raining again. I stood in the middle of the sidewalk, panting, shirtless, bleeding from a long scratch on my back, the rain mixing with the blood. I looked like a maniac. I didn't go back down there. I called the police from a 24-hour bodega down the block. I told them someone broke in. I sounded crazy, hysterical, rambling about bandages and shadows. When the cops arrived, 2 burly officers went downstairs with flashlights drawn and guns out. I waited at the top of the stairs, shivering in the rain. They came back up 10 minutes later, holstering their weapons. They looked annoyed. "Apartment's empty, son," the older officer said, clicking his pen. "No sign of a break-in. But you got a mess down there. TV's on the floor. Vent cover is unscrewed. Light bulbs are blown. Looks like you had a party." "Did you check the vent?" I asked, grabbing his arm. "Did you look inside?" He shook me off. "Yeah, it's just a heating duct. Goes to the furnace room. It's too small for a person to fit in. Maybe a rat, but not a person, and definitely not a 7-foot shadow." "I saw it," I said. "It came out of there. The bandaged thing came out of the vent. The shadow was behind me. The officer looked at me with pity. He wrote something in his notebook. I saw him circle the word mental. "Maybe you need to get checked out, kid," he said softly. "There's a lot of black mold in these old basements. Makes people hallucinate. Seen it before. Carbon monoxide, maybe. Go to the hospital." They left. I moved out the next day. I refused to go back inside alone. I hired a moving company to grab my boxes, but I left the TV. I told them to leave it on the floor. I left my deposit. I didn't care about money anymore. I stayed on a friend's couch for a week, unable to sleep without the lights on. I flinched at every shadow. Then I found a new place, a third-floor apartment in a newer building across town. No basement, lots of windows, electric baseboard heating, no vents. I thought I was safe. I really did. I thought the signal was stuck in that basement, bound to that cursed TV. But yesterday, I was walking past an electronics store downtown. It was a high-end place with a huge wall of flat-screen TVs in the window, all playing the same 24-hour news channel. As I walked by, the hairs on my arms stood up. Every single TV screen flickered in unison. The news anchor's face distorted, stretched, and disappeared. The screens turned blue. 50 shades of electric blue staring at me from behind the glass. Then the grainy black and white image appeared on all 50 screens. The passers-by didn't seem to notice. They kept walking, eyes on their phones, ignoring the glitch. The hallway, the checkered floor, the bandaged figure stood in the center. Its gown was tattered now, hanging in shreds. It stepped closer to the camera. It raised a long, bony finger and pointed directly at the camera lens, directly at me. Then text appeared on the screen, written in jagged white letters that looked like scratches on the film. "We are still below." I ran until my lungs burned and my legs gave out. I locked myself in my new apartment. I have covered the electrical outlets with duct tape. I have piled furniture against the door. I threw my phone in the sink filled with water. But it's getting quiet in here. Too quiet. And 5 minutes ago, my laptop, which was closed and powered down on the coffee table, turned on. The lid didn't open. The screen just illuminated, shining blue light through the gap between the keyboard and the screen. Then the speakers crackled. The humming. I opened the laptop. I had to know. A video file was playing. I didn't want to look, but I couldn't stop myself. It's a video of me, sleeping, in my new bed, taken from a high angle, directly above my head, as if the camera is inside the ceiling. I can see myself tossing and turning in the sheets, oblivious. And in the corner of the room, standing in the shadows where the wall meets the ceiling, is the tall, dark figure with red eyes. It is watching me. It is taller than the room. Its head is bent against the ceiling, and crouching at the foot of my bed is the bandaged thing. It is stroking my leg with a long gray finger. The video ends. I hear a sound from the ceiling. Creak! There are no vents in this apartment. But the drywall above my head is cracking. A hairline fracture is spreading across the pristine white ceiling. White dust is falling on my keyboard like snow. Something's pushing through the plaster. I can see the outline of fingers pressing against the paint from the other side. I have nowhere left to run. And the humming has started again. It's coming from the walls. It's coming from the floor. It's coming from inside my head. If you're reading this, do not buy used electronics. Do not look for signals in the static. And if you see a blue screen, run. Just run.